Test, test. test.
Yes, we can do that. Are you ready to roll with the national anthem? Do you have a flag on there, Mike? Okay.
Is the national anthem going to be on the boat?
Yes, Mike has his flag, he said.
Yo, Alex, if you could get this feed set up to get on to do the boat real quick.
Can we have like 3 minutes?
Just tell them to put the Mike. We don't need 3 minutes. Just do the just make sure you have the flag visible in the shot or the last screen. So like maybe 3 feet above the ground. Yeah, sit down. That way we have a shot.
Yes, okay. And are you ready with the music then, AJ? Okay. I'm gonna announce that we're gonna get started with the national anthem right here.
Alex, just start working on that thing. I gotta set that up and turn on the transmitter.
They're right there. Are you dropping off the newsroom first or not? Okay, we're ready. As soon as the song starts, you're coming. Okay. It's ready. All right. Please rise and take off your hats for the national anthem of the United States of America. Good morning, everybody. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the World Championships here in beautiful Arizona. We're going to try and get started in about 15 minutes. So This is first call for the judge crew to go to the boat staging area, and my master's women skim. Get ready. About 15 minutes. Outlaw, sorry, outlaw. Nick is right there, so okay.
Is everything on?
We may have to change. It's different media, and I don't think they're coming till like 9:30. So ask John.
1 second. 1 second.
I'm gonna not be yelling.
Are you announcing?
No, but Mike is. It's on the close.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good luck today. Yeah. So it's like crooked as hell. Gotta eat salted butt. Like tilt it down to the left. Hold on. Take out the 18 months so we can see this. You gotta plug in the thing that I gave you. All right, hold on. All right, that's better. I think it's too much. Do you think it's too much? Like maybe you should put more zoom on it and then put the shot up so that it's more of the water behind of the. You get what I'm saying?
Check, check. Heather, is that going to be too loud? Okay. Okay. All right, the first rider coming up, Monica Suter, out of the water. The wave is formed behind that 2026 Nautique G23. She crosses the buoy, and she is getting busy. Goes down early. That's okay. She's got plenty of course left. The boat's going to spin around, go pick her up. She's got another fall left. The course is about 50 seconds. Boat speed 11.4 miles an hour. Baseline wave set at 4. This boat goes from 0 to 10, so it's about a medium-sized wave right now. Can be adjusted to fairly flat, small wave, all the way to a super tall, big wave. This boat is coming from Action Water Sports here in Mesa, Arizona. We got Robbie, Matt, Aaron, Steph, and the whole crew out there, Action Water Sports. Hopefully we'll see some of them show up today. We got Jason Saxton out there on a jet ski looking around. And we got Zane Howard, the professional boat driver, pointing things out to the jet ski. Monica's ready. And she's back up. Monica's a regular rider, meaning left foot forward. Wave is formed. She pulls herself into the pocket with the rope, launches it into the boat, and she's getting busy. Seeing some good carves out of Monica, some slashes, goes up to the top of the wave for a floater. Staying busy out there. That's what the judges want to see. She's got about a quarter of the course left. Does a nice little lip slide there. Approaching that end buoy. Another slash. It looks like she may surf all the way through the buoy. Nope, there it goes down for the 360. As she disappeared around the corner. That's okay. The boat will continue on. and set up for her second pass. All right, Monica getting back up for her second pass. She's got 2 falls left. Looks like she's going to spin and start in her switch stance. Switch stance for Monica is going to be her right foot forward. There she crosses the buoy. She's showing some nice control in her switch stance. The judges like to see this. This adds to her variety score and difficulty. Riding in switch is a difficult maneuver for most of these athletes. She gets just a little, the board gets a little bit outside, and she goes down. That's okay. The boat will spin around. She's got 1 more fall left and quite a bit of course left. All right, Monica's back up. She's got 1 more fall left. Looks like she's in her revert stance right now. Showing some nice control revert. Gets a little ollie in the flats. Staying busy. Approaching that final buoy. It's a little far out away from the wave and goes out the back. That'll do it for Monica Suter. Let's give it up. Great pass by Monica Suter right there. All right, we are in our outlaw female skim division. We have 6 riders in this division, so we're going to do 2 heats of 3 riders. This first heat you just saw Monica. Next is Iris Vola, and then Amy Gillespie. Second heat we have Rita Starret, Jenny Vandevelde, and Kira Zavialova. I'll get these names down sooner or later. This division is represented by 4 different countries. In the boat judging crew, we have Max, Adina, Nikita, and the scribe is Heather Haney. And the judge crew, represented by 3 different countries, Germany, Swiss, and Russia. Just get ready to announce another rider. Will this just be recorded? All right, coming out of the water next on course, 48-year-old Iris Vola out of Nanterre, France. She crosses the buoy, and she's getting busy. The judges want to see some good, difficult maneuvers. There's a good board slide up on top, followed by a lip slide. She's getting a little chop out there, but the riding conditions aren't too bad right now. There's the 360, nice and controlled 360. Gets about halfway down the course. Front side 180, spins 180 out. There's the shove, nice and controlled on the shove. Judges want to see that execution portion of it. There's the front side 180, controls it, holds it in her switch stance. She's riding the board switch revert now with that tail forward. Goes for the body varial, but just goes down, gets a little bit on the tail. Looks like she fell right at the buoy there, so the boat will continue on past the course and make some room for her run up on her second pass. The jet ski is going to pick her up and take her out to the boat. All right, Iris back up. Goes frontside 180 into her switch stance. She's about halfway down the course now. Showing some good control in her switch stance. The judges want to see that. Adds to your difficulty and variety score. Doing some good carving. There's the body varial. Nails the body varial very well. Very nicely done. She's approaching that final buoy. She's got one trick left. It's going to be a big one. Goes alley-oop and nails the alley-oop. Can she pump back? I'm not sure if she's going to show enough control on that for the judges, but we'll see. Great second pass. Great overall first run for, let's give it up for Iris Vola. And you've heard me talking about the different categories that the judges are using to score these riders. We use the acronym DIVE, difficulty, intensity, variety, and execution. Each rider gets a score of 1 to 10 in those 4 categories. That score is added for their total aggregate score. Obviously, the highest score will be the #1 ranked competitor. And now, coming out of the water is Amy Gillespie, 21 years old from Calgary, Alberta. Amy's ready. She crosses that buoy, and she's getting busy. Starts with a slash, follows by an ollie in the flats. Does a nice ollie off the lip. Testing out that wave. Does a smooth 360, falls to the back. Can she pump it out? Not quite enough. Got just a little too far back on that nautique wave. She goes down, but that's okay. She's got plenty of course left. She's got 1 fall left, and I'll guarantee you she's going to land that 360. I don't think Amy has missed a 360 in about 3 years, so I'm sure she's going to get up and throw that right away. Amy began competing in 2023, so 2 years ago. And she won a world championship title in Switzerland last year at the CWSA World Championships. All right, she's back up. She's got about half the course left and another fall left. She spins to her switch stance. There's the cab 180. Now in revert, goes front side 180. Judges want to see that board rotating in different directions. There is the cab 540, nice and controlled. Still in a revert, shoves out a revert, shoves back into revert. So a shove-shove combination. That combinations add to the difficulty score. There's that little pixie shove in the flats, turns the board and tries to shove it, but goes down on that trick. Very difficult trick. That'll do it for her first pass. Jet ski's going to pick her up, take her to the end of the course, and we'll see what she has on her second pass. The 2025 CWSA World Championship brought to you by Action Water Sports right here in Mesa, Arizona. That beautiful 2026 Nautique G23 coming from Action Water Sports. The beautiful boat colors on that white over the blue steel with that gray 100th anniversary stripe down the middle. All right, Amy getting pulled back up. There goes the rope. And there goes the buoy. She's getting busy. Goes for ollie with a board touch. Little bottom turn slash. Nice board slide. Gets the board moving up on top of the wave. There's that front side 180. Holds the board in switch revert, showing some control in that switch revert stance. Does the switch shove, falls on the shove. That's okay. She's got half the course left and one more fall. Amy's best tricks are the cab 540. We've already seen that. She loves to do switch riding, and we've seen some good switch riding already for her. She's working on, however, the big spin and some shoves. So maybe we'll get to see that big spin at the final buoy. All right, Amy getting pulled back up. There goes the rope. There's that 360. She nails the 360. Approaching about the 3/4 point. There's the shove. 180 shove. Nice controlled shove. There's the front side 180. Are we going to see that switch shove again? Now the body varial nails the body varial right at the buoy. She gives herself a nice applause. Great second pass for Amy. Overall, great first run. Let's give it up for Amy Gillespie. That'll do it for Heat 1. '25 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Dust in the Wake Gear and Apparel. As soon as you cross that ramp, you're going to see their canopy with all their clothing and accessories. He's got some sunglasses from Canyon 6. I have a pair reserved, and I can't wait to get those. Rita Starret now on the course, coming to you from San Diego, California. The wave is formed. Judge is waiting on the rope. She can't get scored until she lets go of the rope. She, in a switch stance, does a cab 180. Now back to her regular stance. Gets down. We can't see her. Look, I saw the board pop up. Looks like she maybe fell on a 360. Rita started competing in 2021. Her best tricks are a shove it. And she's working on the pixie shove and the blind varial. A body varial is basically you jump your feet off the board, turn your body in another direction, and land back on the board. Very difficult trick to leave the board and take your feet off the board. Rita's back up behind that 2026 Nautique G23. She's got about half the course left. There goes the rope. She gets down low to try that 360 again. Pops back up. Looks like she landed that 360. Approaching that final buoy. Disappears again below the wave and comes back up, goes out the back of the boat. So the boat will continue. Jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end of the course for her second pass. All right, Rita back up. She crosses the buoy. There goes the rope. Switch stance and a cab 180. Now in her revert stance. Looks like she's going for maybe a frontside 180 and goes down, just subs the board a little bit. That's okay. The board will spin around, pick her up. She's got plenty of course left. We found it. All right, Rita is back up. Rope is in the boat. She's got about half the course left. Here she comes into the view of everyone at show center here. Waves looking very beautiful behind that 𝐓𝐡𝐞 G23. It gets down low. Goes for that 360. Just goes out the back. That'll do it for Rita. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for Rita Starret. The 2025 CWSA Championship also brought to you by Blink Sauce. All the boat care and cleaning products that you will need. Angie and I swear by hot sauce. Hot sauce is a great cleaner. Also adds a little protection, a little sealant to your gel coat. And we use the vinyl sauce quite a bit. My favorite, of course, is the conditioning sauce. If you really need to bring back your upholstery, use that conditioning sauce. That'll make it look brand new again. All right, coming out of the water, second rider in this division is Jenny van de Velde. Jenny out of San Diego, California. She gets started with a nice ollie in the flats. Follows that up by a 360, nice smooth and controlled 360. Jenny staying busy. Backside 180 to a cab 540. Well done. She's about halfway down the course now. There's the body burial. Gets a little bit on the heel side rail and goes down on the body burial. Looks like the boat's going to spin back around. She's got a little bit of time left and one fall. Hopefully she'll try that body burial again. Rita's best tricks, switch shove and a blind drifter. Tricks that she's working on again are that pixie shove and a 180 shove in, shove out combination. For those of you that don't know what a shove is basically you kick the board 180, sometimes 360, sometimes even more. Your feet leave the board and you're hoping to get your feet back on the board when that board spins around. Obviously a very difficult trick. All right, Jenny's back up, spins the board 180. Let's see if we can get that switch shove in before the final buoy. She's trying to get her balance, setting up. Oh, she's going to go for the body burial. She nails it. I'm not sure if she got it in before the buoy. That's up to the judges to decide. But anyway, she'll stay with the boat. Boat's going to get a little separation to set up for her second pass. Overall, great first pass by Jenny. All right, Jenny back up, crosses the buoy, and she's getting busy, doing some good slashing, hucking some buckets out there. Front side 180, now she's in her switch, revert stance. She tried that switch shove on the way out. There's the switch shove. Gets her feet on it. Can she control it? Just goes out the back. Looked like she tried to spin it out and maybe pump it forward, but was not able to pull that trick, pull away with that trick. That's okay. The boat's going to spin around. She's got better than half the course left and one more fall. I can actually hear Jenny giving some instructions to the boat driver. Looks like she's going to change the wave a little bit. Maybe that'll help her land that switch shove. Or maybe she'll try that pixie shove before the buoy. I see. It looks like she's getting up in her heel side stance. On the other side of the wave, she does a cab 180 out there. Now she's in her switch stance, doing some ollies. There's a 360, showing a lot of variety to the judges. There's the body varial, switch body varial. Can't quite land it right at the buoy. Great second pass and great overall first run. Let's give it up for Jenny Van de Velde, San Diego, California. All right. The final rider in this division, wearing that yellow jersey, coming out of Russia, is Kira Zaviolova. I'll get it, don't worry. There's the shove right off the bat. Now she's in her revert stance. Does a frontside 180, very controlled, nicely done with that 180. There's the body varial, sticks the body varial. Frontside 180, now she's in a switch revert stance, controlling the board. Whoops, did a little carve, sub the tail of the board and goes down. Heard a little screech out of her too when she went down. Boat's going to spin around or get her. She just has a little less than halfway on her first pass and one more fall. So Kira's been working on some tricks. I think what she's working on is a little more control in her tricks. She's got some very difficult tricks. You saw that body varial, saw a shove. All right, Kira's back up. There goes the rope. Looks like she goes for the big spin. Not quite, didn't quite get her feet on the big spin. Goes out the back. The boat will continue on. Jet ski will come around, pick her up, take her to the boat for her second pass. Brad Schaefer showing up in his sparkly Centurion down there, throwing some shakas at the crowd. Welcome back, Brad. All right, Kira back up. You can tell she's wearing that yellow jersey, which means that she is the #1 seed in this division. She crosses that buoy. There is a ollie frontside 180. Now she's in her switch stance. Judges like to see that switch riding, show some difficulty and variety in her riding. Does a board slide switch. There comes the cab 180. Now she's in her goofy stance. About halfway down the course now. Front side 180. Now back to switch. There's that switch shove. Nails the switch shove. Comes out of the switch shove. Approaching that buoy. Is she going to go for that big spin again? Here it goes. Right at the buoy. Front shove, but goes down on the front shove. That's a great second pass. Great overall first run. And let's give it up for Kira. All right, those that are watching on the stream, we're going to reset the stream real quick, so we'll be right back on the stream. The 2025 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Jenga. To be honest, I've never heard of Jenga before, but what I understand is they make some awesome wetsuits. Super stretchy wet. All right, that'll do it for the Outlaw Female Surf Division. The next up is the Outlaw Male Surf Division. 5 riders in this division, and the top 4 will advance to finals. Out of the water, all the way from Okinawa, Japan. Give it up for Hiroyuki Sakata. Hiroyuki approaching that buoy. There goes the rope. Wave is formed. He's going to start to get busy. Starts with an ollie in the flats. It's a bottom turn to slash. It's a little off balance. Can't quite maintain control of the board. Falls out the back. That's okay. Plenty of course left, and he's got one fall remaining in this first pass. Hiroyuki began competing in 2023. His best trick is a 360. Hiroyuki getting pulled back up out of the water. He's got half the course left. He's got one more fall. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. And he is getting busy. It's a small ollie off the lip, followed by a slash. Better than 3/4 now. There's the 360. Goes out the back. Gets a little high on the wave. The boat will continue on. The jet ski will pick him up, take him to the end of the course to start his second pass.
We're getting good at this, aren't we? That's why I'm on, like, yeah, we'll be. So that's what I want to stop doing. It will rain tomorrow. Think about it's coming in sideways. Well, it's a hurricane.
Hiroyuki is back up. There goes the start buoy for his second pass. The rope is in the boat, and he is getting busy. Doing some carve and slash. It was a decent air off the lip. Approaching about halfway down the course. I can tell because he's starting to come into my view off the left. There's another 360 attempt. Goes just over the nose of the board. But that's just his first fall. The boat will spin around. There's a nice shot of you're looking out at the Bradshaw Mountains. You can see it off in the distance. The water's starting to butter up. Pretty soon this whole area will be nice and smooth. That break wall out there is keeping the waves off of the event site here. This is basically your view from our venue. Just a beautiful view. I'm sitting up here in what we're calling the eagle nest. There is a possibility you may see some bald eagles. We do have some bald eagle nests here on Lake Pleasant. They close part of the lake for that nesting time of year for the bald eagles, and you'll see them flying around here every once in a while. And there's a great shot of that boat getting underway, that beautiful Nautique G23, the steel blue on the hull. There goes the rope. Well, he's getting stuck in the back, but managed to recover. And just goes down at the buoy on that 360. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for Hiroyuki Sakata. Our next rider in the outlaw male surf division is Tairo Nakamura. I remember Tairo because he used to compete in the Masters division, but he got way too good, so we kicked him out. But believe it or not, Tairo is 60 years old. And I'll guarantee you, he is the oldest competitor in that division. Tairo on course. There goes the rope. And there goes the starter buoy. He is getting busy. Starts with the air, gets the tail completely out of the water. Judges love to see that. That helps his intensity. It looks like we lost the GoPro feed on the boat. So we're going to finish Taijiro's run, and then we're going to reset the feed so y'all can see it at home. Bear with us. Sometimes the technology that you're using doesn't quite do what you ask it to do, but we'll get it figured out. We'll get it reset so you guys can see what's going on out here. Some great riding. Another great shot of Lake Pleasant sitting at the base of the Bradshaw Mountains. Something interesting about Lake Pleasant is actually fed by the Colorado River. Yes, we are the reservoir that's the last in line of the Colorado River. Right now, the lake level is down about 45 feet, which is no problem for Taijiro. He passes that buoy. He's in his switch stance, showing the judges some difficulty, some variety. Does a very nice switch air, gets the tail completely out of the water and actually tweaks it a little bit. Showing good control, switch stance. Going for the switch, possibly 360 or alley-oop. Falls on that, that's okay. He's got half of the course left, and he does have another fall in front of him. Beautiful shot of that boat turning around to come pick up Taijiro for his remainder of his second pass. So where that boat is just about halfway down the course. You can tell by where the cut is in the break wall there. And there he goes, getting pulled back up for the remainder of his second pass. Nice shot of that G23 wave, beautifully formed. And there he goes, big air from Taijiro. Snaps the board, just goes down at the end buoy. That's okay. Great second pass, great overall first round. Let's give it up for Taijiro. Sorry about that. Yeah, you definitely won it on this one, right? 2025 CWSA World Championship brought to you by Vibes Wake Surfing. Vibes Wake Surfing. That's custom made, made in the USA, hand shaped, hand finished, beautifully crafted wake surfboards. And if you all want to go to the Dustin Wake area, you'll be able to see some of our new models, some beautiful paint jobs on them. Also a couple of our new carbon boards. And we also have a new model, a new prototype that we've been testing. And you'll be able to see that prototype under the Canyon 6 tent. So we are resetting the camera on the competition boat. That's the delay. We apologize for the delay. Give it up. Give it up. Nice run out there. Yeah, the next rider in the water is 16-year-old Alec Dutton. He's visiting us from Alberta, Canada. He started wake surfing in 2024. He wants to give a shout out to his parents, his sister, and Coach Bailey Rush. Seems to be a theme of this World Championship. Bailey Rush has had a part in a lot of these riders' upbringing in the sport. And I love to hear the shout out for the moms and dads. Alec's sister Lana rode yesterday in her very first World Championship. She did amazing. All right, we got a quick fix on that camera. That means Alec is ready to go, and he pops out of the water. He's got a cheering squad down here on the dock, right in front of the course here. And as he comes right at show center, he starts with some good board slashes and snaps the board. There he goes past the first buoy. Now he's getting busy. There's a good ollie into an ollie combination. Coming up on that halfway mark. Goes for the 360, nails the 360 into the air. Staying busy, slashing and carving. There's an alley-oop. Gets a little high on the wave, and the alley-oop goes down, but that's okay. He's still got some room left ahead of him. Boat's going to spin around. He's got one fall left. Alec's best trick is shifty air a revert shove. And then he's working on a normal shove, which is quite a bit more difficult on the surf style board. Difference is being on that surf style board, you got some fins in the back of the board. You can tell the board's a little bigger than the skim style board. It's got a thicker rail, some nose and tail rocker to it, and also you're carrying some fins, at least 3.5 inches in length in fins. Most people ride about a 4-inch fin, but it does make it quite a bit difficult to do shoves on that board. All right, there he goes into the 360. That's the backside 180. Holding it, there goes the front side 180 into the 360. Just goes down past the buoy. Not sure it'll count. That's the judges for to decide. But great first pass there. The boat will go to the give it some distance, and the jet ski will pick him up, take him to the end of the course. All right, I'm sure you all have been waiting patiently for the score from the first division. And in my hand, I have the results for the semifinal round in the Outlaw Female Skim Division. 2 heats of 3 were taking the top 2 in each heat and advanced them straight to the final. In the first heat, in third place, Monica Suter. In second place, Iris Vola. And in first place, Amy Gillespie. That means Amy and Iris will advance straight to the finals. And in the second heat, in third place, Rita Starret. In second place, Jenny Vandevelde. And in first place, Kira Zavialova. Means Kira and Jenny will advance. There will be an LCQ for the Outlaw Female Surf Division, but not for the Outlaw Female Skim Division. Alec back up for the remainder of his second pass. The wave is formed. There goes the rope, approaching the halfway point. There's the 180 shove, goes down on the 180 shove. That'll do it for his second pass. Overall, great first run. Let's give it up for Alec Dutton from Alberta, Canada. Next rider in the water is Pacin Stimmel, 16-year-old coming out of East Wenatchee, Washington. He's got quite a cheering section here for him as well here on the dock. Pacin Stimmel is a graduate of Wakesurf AZ Academy. Spent a lot of time with Angie behind the Nautique G23, honing his skills. You're going to see a lot of big stuff out of Pacin. Pacin likes to go big. Makes it difficult to land some of his stuff, but he sure wants to go big. He's going to put on a show for you here. Here goes Pacin Stimmel. He's a goofy rider. Crosses that buoy. There's a huge air. That's what I'm talking about. That intensity goes right into a 360. He's staying busy. There's the Air 180. Comes out of that, spins right into a 360. Just gets a little back. Goes down. That's okay. He's got half of the course left. The judges may have given him that Air 180, stalling it in that revert position. If he shows control in that revert position, the judge might give him some credit for that trick. All right, Pacin's back up. He's got half their course remaining. Gets up in his goofy stance, tosses the rope in the boat, and now he's getting busy. There's that big shifty air, the board all the way out of the water, the nose pointing straight to the sky. There's the alley-oop, a little close, almost goes into the back of the boat. So he's got to bail out of that trick. That's okay. The boat will continue on. Jet ski will take him to the end of the course for a second pass. We'll see what he's got on his second pass. Pacin began competing in 2024, has been wake surfing since 2022. And if you ask me, it looks like he has a lot of years under his belt, which means he's been a fast learner. He's got a steep curve right now. He wants to give shout-outs to his dad for always helping push him to the limits. Thanks, Dad. Also, big shout-out to Vibes Wake Surfing and Flight Wake. Pacin riding that Vibes, the VID Diamond, VID meaning Violent-inspired design, diamond board, one of our fastest, most responsive boards in the lineup. I think there's plenty of diamond boards amongst the group out there. If you need to take a look at one, please do so. All right, Pacin back up. He's in a switch stance. Judges want to see that switch riding. Cross the buoy, does a nice switch air. This adds to his difficulty and variety score. Big ollie in the flats. Perfect technique on that ollie. There's the front side 180. Holds it, spins out 180. Nice control on that maneuver right there. There's the body varial, gets a little on top, and the board shoots to the other side. Probably spits the board out a little bit on him. It's all right, the boat's going to spin back around. You can see it just outside the camera. That means a little bit farther than halfway down the course. He's got one fall left. I have a feeling Pacin's going to get back up in his goofy stance. Maybe go for that. I know he's been working on the big spin. He's also been working on the 3-shove. I think in his last competition, he might have landed that 3-shove, first ever 3-shove for him in competition. It's hard to believe we're talking about landing a 3-shove in the amateur surf division, or I'm sorry, the outlaw surf division, but that's more of a pro style trick, but we're seeing it more and more these days. There he is, back up in his goofy stance, or his goofy stance, and he goes for that big shifty air again. Lost. There's a shifty air with a nose touch. There's the shove. Shoves it out. Not sure if that shove's going to count. He was really close to that buoy. That's for the judges to decide. But nonetheless, great second pass, great overall first run. Let's give it up for Pacin Stimmel. All right, the final rider in the Outlaw Male Surf Division coming out of Ticino, Switzerland, 38-year-old Matia Urba. All right, you can tell Matia getting up in his goofy stance. He's also wearing that yellow jersey, which means that he is the #1 ranked seed in this division. Passing the buoy, throws an ollie, followed by a slash. There's a nice lip slide into a board slide. Staying busy. Judges want to see that. There's the bottom turn to a slash. 360. Nice control 360. Nails it. There's an ollie. Better than halfway down the course into the chop hop. Hucking some buckets out there. Matia's staying busy. Showing why he's the #1, why he's got that yellow jersey. 360, maybe trying an alley-oop, didn't quite get enough elevation off it. There's the drop and paddle he was attempting, it looks like. Did not quite land on the board when he popped over top of it. That's okay. That was a great first pass. The boat's going to continue on, and the jet ski will pick him up, take him to the end of the course for his second pass. Great first pass by Matia. Look at you, man. But me, I still have Matia began wake surfing in 2020 and started competing in 2021. He wants to give a shout out to my mom. She gives me much power to grow up in wake surf. Love to hear those shout outs to mom and dad. So the Matia was the one who he actually won the European Championship this year, which gave him an automatic bid to the World Championship. That's something that the CWSA has started doing, giving an automatic bid. It is something to win your Continental Championship, so we wanted to reward those athletes. All right, Matia back up wearing that yellow jersey. He's going to start in his switch stance. Judges love to see that switch riding, love to see control. Starts with a small ollie in the flats. Shows some control in his carves. Gets a little speed. That's a nice ollie. Gets the board tweaked a little bit. There's the 360. Nice controlled 360. And from here, he's going to do the front side 180 to the shove. Nails the shove out. And there's the air. Better than halfway. Still has his two falls left. There's the Superman drop and paddle. Can he get back up? He does. Can he save it? Not sure the judges will count that right at the buoy. Not sure he showed enough control. That's for the judges to decide. That's why they're in the boat. But great second pass, great overall run. Let's give it up for Matia Urba. And that'll do it for the Outlaw Male Surf Division. Next up, Outlaw Male Skim. We have a single rider in Outlaw Male Skim. 39-year-old coming out of Odessa, Texas. It's Cody Travis. And Cody he's a veteran to the sport of wake surfing. He started wake surfing in 2014 and started competing in 2018. You can see Cody floating in the water wearing that yellow jersey, which means he is the #1 ranked competitor in this division. I know you all are getting hungry down there. I can hear your bellies growling from up here. Never fear, though. Lunch is on the way. Should be ready in about 20 minutes. I saw someone in Angie's kitchen there earlier fixing up some pulled pork. I think she smoked 8 pork bucks last week, and I pulled about 50 pounds of pork. So we're going to have some pork sliders for lunch, some chips, and bottled water. All right, looks like the judges are ready. I know Cody's ready. All right, here we go. Cody Travis getting pulled out of the water. The rope is away. There goes the start buoy. And Cody is getting busy. Starts with a big air into a 360. He's riding that skim board. There's the shove. Into a 360, followed by the shove out. And there's the big spin. Controls the big spin, spins it out 180. Alley-oop. Is able to control the alley-oop. Goes to the back of the wave. There's enough for him to pump back in. Great job on that maneuver, Cody. There's the 3 shove. Just goes down on the 3 shove right at the buoy. Great first pass by Cody Travis. Boat will continue on. Jet ski will pick him up and take him to the end of the course for his second pass. All right, Cody Travis getting pulled back out of the water wearing that yellow jersey, which means he's the #1 seed in this division, and he has earned it. There goes the buoy. Starting of his second pass, there's the big spin, rolls out of the big spin. There's the 3 shove again, just cannot quite land the 3 spin, falls out the back. That's okay. He's got plenty of course left. The boat's going to spin around, head back to pick him up for the remainder of his second pass. right, Cody getting pulled back up for the remainder of his second pass. Got plenty of tricks under his belt. There's a nice frontside 360. I love that trick. Shows nice control out into the flats. There's the 180 shove. There's the 3 shove. Halfway down the course, just goes down. The boat will continue on. Great second pass, great overall first run. Give it up for Cody Travis. All right, our next division is the Outlaw Female Surf Division. We have 2 heats in this division. Heat 1 is 3 riders. Heat 2 has 4 riders. We're going to start our Heat 1 with Jenny Vandevelde. You heard her name earlier in the skim division. She is a rider that can do both styles, and she does both styles well. Well enough to make it to the World Championship in both surf and skim. All right, here she is getting pulled up out of the water. Coming to you from San Diego, California, Jenny Vandevelde. There goes the rope, passes the buoy. She's in her revert stance right now. Looks like she goes backside 180. Now she's in switch. Judges want to see that switch riding. That's part of your difficulty and intensity. It's able to get a small switch ollie. Goes for the body varial, lands the body varial. You can see the board stayed steady. She left the board and went 180 degrees with her body. Staying busy, getting some ollies. Board slide. Get an ollie with a touch on the board. And she goes down on a 360. Here's my friend Mix in the house. Good to see Mix. Thanks for all your help with this. Working for Troon Development. Troon is the one that basically owns this whole marina. And they do a great job. They've supported us, helped market our event. We appreciate what what he and Lynn from Scorpion Bay Marine have done for us. Give it up for Tyler Stewart showing his bright white Centurion boat over there. You're going to see some great stuff from Tyler tomorrow. Tomorrow in the rain, possibly. That is our boat. Yeah, that is our boat. It's just, yeah, yeah, and it's nice. We really like the paint job and the interior. When it comes back, you have to take a look at it. The interior basically all the same color as the boat. The hull of the boat is called blue steel, kind of like a powdered baby blue. So 2026, yeah, yeah. Very new. Were you a wake surfer? Nope. You gotta try. You're a big athlete, right? Oh, they do. Yeah, thousands of hours. Yeah, yeah. No. All right, Jenny, back up. The rope is in the boat. She crosses the buoy, and she's getting busy. Got a slash and an ollie under her belt in the second pass. There's an ollie. Looks like she's trying to touch the nose of the board. Getting a double grab. Showing some intensity. There's the 360. Does it just a little too far back in the wave and falls back. That's okay. She's got better than half the course remaining. The boat's going to spin around. She's got one more fall left. Are they able to take people out, like media people out on a bigger boat today? You know? Okay. Oh, they're out there? Oh, okay. Good. Oh, yeah. And I think she rides later. She does, but I think she's on the schedule for later on this afternoon. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Yeah. John's gonna know. John down there. He's gonna know when she's available. All right, Jenny is back up. And here she goes. The remainder of the second pass starts with an ollie in the flats, goes to the top, gets a chop pop. Getting some good slash, hucking some buckets out there as the boat comes into view halfway down the course. She goes for a 360 and falls again, but that's okay. Great second pass, great overall first run. Let's give it up for Jenny Van de Velde. Yeah, because what happens is it goes down here somewhere, and I lose what it's doing. And I'll be ready. So maybe, yeah. Next rider in this division coming to you from Irvine, California is Monica Suter. I just got word just a little bit ago that lunch is served. I'm certainly hope that maybe somebody will remember that Anthony and I are up here in the Eagle's Nest all by our lonesomes, and maybe somebody will deliver some lunch up here for us. I'm hoping, Anthony. What do you think? All right, here goes Monica coming out of the water. The wave is formed. Got to get rid of that rope and pass the buoy before the judging is started. There's the buoy. The judges are getting judgy, and Monica is getting busy, doing some nice slash and carve. There's a snap up on top. There she gets the board out of the water. Good ollie in the flats. There's a fairly decent air from Monica. Goes to the top. Does a nice floater. Approaching that end buoy. Monica's getting down. Goes for that 360. Not quite. Cannot quite get the board down the face of the wave. She goes out the back. I believe the boat may turn around and get her if there's enough room. There's the end buoy. I think they're thinking the boat, that they may have enough room. Thank you very much, whoever brought that lunch upstairs and a bottle of water. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for delivering the water. Mr. Stimmel for delivering the water. It's hard to tell you guys, such good-looking guys. Hard to tell you apart sometimes. Monica getting pulled back up for that quick final trick. See if she can nail that 360, and there she goes. Did not quite get the board released. That's okay. The board will make some room for her second pass, and the jet ski will pick her up, take her to the boat. There's a beautiful shot of Lake Pleasant starting to butter up. Right here at the base of the Bradshaw Mountains. You can see those mountains in the distance. And that big peak just to the left is Crown King, Arizona. Yes, there's a town up there. It's a beautiful town. During the fall and winter, you can drive up there and maybe see a little bit of snow on top of that mountain there. It's quite a rough ride to get up there. A lot of people will take their razors and four-wheelers. It'll take you just about half the day to get up there. Enough time to have a quick bite to eat, maybe a cocktail, then it's on the way back. Pretty much a full day getting there and back. All right, Monica getting pulled back up for her second pass. Wave is formed. There goes the rope and cross the start buoy. Starts with a nice slash. There's a good air from Monica. And an ollie in the flat. She's staying busy. Judges want to see that. There's a bottom turn to slash. Small bottom turn, but still nice and controlled. She's getting set up into that 360. That's controlled. Just gets stays a little on top, goes to her heels and falls back. The boat's going to spin around. She has one more fall left in her second pass here. There's a nice view of the floating cabins, and you can see the venue in the background there. Scorpion Bay Marina offers those floating cabins to rent. It's a weekly rental. You can bring your boat, and you have the same view as we do right now on your screen out the back of that cabin. From what I understand, they're sold out pretty much for the rest of the year. And as Monica gets pulled back up, I'm going to watch her from the water here. There goes the wave. There goes the rope. She is getting busy. She's got about a quarter of the course left. Goes up, does a nice floater into a chop hop. She does an ollie. She's approaching that final buoy. There goes a 360 attempt. Again, gets a little stuck on top, goes down. That's okay. She had a great second pass, great overall first run. Give it up for Monica Suter. I don't know about y'all, but those pork sliders are something else. Thank you, Angie. Very delicious. All right. Our final rider in this heat. Passing the buoy is Kyong Lee, coming in from South Korea. Starting to get busy. Nice bottom turn. That's what the judges want to see, all the way out in the flats. Follows that up with a lip slide, board slide, right into a 360. Might have comboed all of those. Judges like to see those combinations. There she goes, gets the air. Approaching the end of the course. Goes for an alley-oop, is able to recover the alley-oop back down to the water. As she approaches that buoy, there goes the front side 360, or the surface reverse, and rides it through the buoy. Nicely done. Kyong Lee is 45 years old, come to us from Gyeonggi-do, South Korea. She started the wake surfing in 2020, started her competition career in 2021, and she is a previous world champion. And also, as you can tell, she was wearing that yellow jersey, which signifies that she is the #1 seed in this division. Kyong 𝐂𝐲 gets back up. She gets up in her switch stance. There goes the rope. And she's showing some nice control past the start buoy. Again, judges want to see that switch riding adds to your difficulty and variety score. That's a good lip slide. There's the front side. There's the switch 360, but just goes down on the 360. All right, Kyong Lee getting pulled back up again in her switch stance. She wearing that yellow jersey. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. She is approaching show center. We can see her. We're going to cheer her on. Beautiful wave. There's that switch 360 again. Just having trouble. Subs the board a little bit and goes down. That's okay. Great second pass and great overall first run. Let's give it up for Kyong Lee. All right, that'll do for Heat 1. In Heat 2, we have 4 riders. Rita Starret, Rico, Amy, and Daria. All right, now back on course. Rita Starret. Remember her from earlier. She was also in the skim division. Rita's getting up in her switch stance. She has passed the buoy. The judges are judging. There goes the body varial. Just goes down on the body varial. It's a difficult trick, especially starting in switch stance. It's okay. She's got plenty of course left. The boat's going to spin back around. She has one more fall and better than half the course left. All right, Rita getting pulled back up. She's back in her regular stance now. The wave is formed. There goes the rope, and it's time for her to get busy. Looks like she's going down. She's on her knees on the board right now. Not an easy way to ride a surfboard. I think she's trying to get that walk around body varial. There she is. Now she stands up in her switch stance, showing some control in her switch stance. There's the body varial. Just goes out the back and not enough to get pushed back into the wave. She goes down right at the buoy. The boat will continue on. The jet ski will pick her up and take her to the boat for her second pass. All right, Rita getting pulled back up. I believe so. Rita's on the other side of the wave, which means I believe she's in a switch stance, her right foot forward. There's the switch body varial. Now she is heel side on the other side of the wave. She is in her strong stance with her heels heels to the wave, showing some variety. Goes for another body varial, but goes down. It's okay. She's got better than half the course and a fall remaining. The boat's going to spin around and pick her up. And while we wait for the boat to spin around, pick her up, I've got some results. The final result for the Outlaw Male Skim Division. Give it up. 2025 CWSA World Champion Outlaw Male Skim, Cody Travis. Welcome to the pros, Cody. All right, Rita is back up. She's got half the course to go. She has that board revert. She lets go of the rope and spins it into her switch stance halfway down the course. Coming at show center here, beautiful wave behind that 2026 Nautique G23. She goes from switch to regular body varial, but goes down right at the buoy. That's okay. Great second pass, great overall first run. Let's give it up for Rita Starret. And now, while we wait for the next rider in that division, I'm sure you all are chomping at the bit for some more results. And in my hand, I have the results for the semifinals in the Outlaw Male Surf Division. There were 5 riders in this division. 4 of them will continue on till final. In 5th place, Hiroyuki Sakata. In 4th place, Tairo Nakamura. In 3rd place, Alec Dutton. 2nd place, Matia Urba. And the number 1 is Pacin Stimmel. Congratulations, everybody. In the water now, Rico Namiyama, 43-year-old out of Minata City, Tokyo, Japan. Staying busy for the judges. Gets a nice ollie. Gets to the back of the wave, pumps it forward. Gets a nice snap up on top. Approaching about 3/4 of the way down the course, still 2 falls left. There's an ollie frontside 180, just goes down, not able to spin the board back out. The fins grab and she goes out the front over the board. I think the boat's going to spin back around. Looks like she's got a little bit of course remaining. Still 1 fall to go. Maybe we'll see that ollie frontside 180 again. All right, Rico's back up. Approaching that end buoy. There's the ollie frontside 180, spins it out. Can she pump it back in? Yes, she can. Rides through the buoy. She's got to be stoked about that last maneuver she performed. She's going to stay behind the boat. The boat will kick her out and spin around and come back and pick her up for her second pass. Beautiful shot of our patrol guy, Joe, out there on one of the rental boats here at Scorpion Bay Marina. We certainly appreciate Joe keeping us safe. If you see him, he'll be around the event site. Make sure to shake his hand, tell him thank you. He'll be out there all day long in this heat, making sure the boats stay out of our course, making sure everybody is safe. Speaking of the course, Rico is back on, just crossed the end buoy, getting busy. There's a nice ollie, maybe a board touch. There's another ollie. Showing some good control. Oh, just subs the board when she came off the face of the wave, goes down. That's okay. She's got another fall. Plenty of course left. The boat will spin around. Another beautiful shot of Lake Pleasant at the base of the Bradshaw Mountains, and as you can tell, it is starting to really butter up here. You can also tell that our lake level is down. We're about 40 feet down right now. This is a reservoir, and they use this water for the farmlands in southern Arizona. We're hoping that it fills back up next winter after the snowfall on the eastern side of the Colorado Rockies. Rico's back up. A little bit of course left, and here she comes past show center. Goes for the 360, falls on the 360. The boat will continue on. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for Rico. The 2025 CWSA World Championships also sponsored by Jones, Ford, and Wickenburg. I don't know if you all had a chance to see that beautiful truck as you drove in this morning, sitting out there for everybody to view. I believe that truck is already sold. Hopefully they're going to replace it with another truck. Next rider in the waters, up and ready to go. This is Amy Gillespie out of Alberta, Canada. Looks like maybe she dropped off. Might have been in trouble with the wave. Sure they're going to restart her. Amy is 21 years old. She began wake surfing in 2016, started competing in 2023. And yes, last year she was the world champion in the amateur skim division that was held in Switzerland last year. And what that means is she gets bumped to outlaw this year. She is also one of those riders that competes in both styles. And I can tell you that she does both styles very well. All right, they got her back up and ready to go. The wave is formed. There goes the rope. There goes the buoy. The judges are getting judgy, and Amy is getting busy. Nice ollie in the flats. Very good technique on that ollie. Doesn't ollie up the wave, off the lip. Was a nice snap up on top. Touches the knee. Goes to the top of the wave. Getting a few bumps out there. There's the 360, nice and controlled 360, just nails it, shows good control. That's part of that execution score. Oh, going for the blind body varial. Just can't quite to stay on the top of the board. Blind meaning she turned her back to the boat. Would have been a little easier if she turned towards the boat, but you actually lose sight of the boat when you do that. Adds another layer of difficulty to get your feet back on the board. All right, the 2025 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Wake Surf AZ. Yes, that's Angie and Mike, myself, and our professional boat driver, Zane Howard. He's driving that boat out there right now. And our goal is to offer you a complete wake surf experience. Speaking of wake surfing, here is Amy back up. She gets that switch 360 right at the buoy, gives a little fist bump to the judge team, and rides it out. She'll stay with that boat. There she goes. She gets kicked out. The boat will turn around, pick her up, face that other way for her second pass. All right, Amy back up. She's in her switch stance again. Passes this buoy. Does an ollie in the flats. There's the switch 360. Very controlled. There's the frontside 180. Shove out. Very difficult trick. Just nails it. Follows it up with some ollies. Amy's approaching the halfway point. Whoa, just gets a little off balance and goes down. She got half course in front of her and one more fall. The boat will spin around and give her another opportunity. All right. Amy's getting pulled back up, goes back into that switch stance. She wants to show that she can do that body variable, but just goes down. That's her second fall. That's okay. That's an overall great first run by Amy. Give it up for Amy Gillespie. All right, our final rider in this division, 37-year-old Daria Kubishkina, coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia, crosses the buoy. As you can see, she is wearing that yellow jersey, which means she's the #1 seeded rider in this division. Up on top, does the board slide. Here's a front side surface 180, 180 out. Showing some good variety to the judges. And there's the opposite rotation in the 360. Gets to the back of the wave, comes forward, a nice air. Gets the air to 90 degrees, gets the board 90 degrees. There's the alley-oop. Does nail the alley-oop. It's getting close to that M buoy. Get a chop hop in as filler. Tries the front side 180, goes down right at the buoy. That's okay. Great first pass. Jet ski's going to pick her up and bring her to the end of the course. The 2025 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Raw Life. Raw Life products such as fruit bars, granola, protein snacks. They contain natural ingredients, all gluten-free, dye-free, without preservatives. Some of these were put in our goodie bags when we registered the other night. I didn't have a chance to eat one, but somebody please let me know what they taste like, because I bet they're really good for a midday snack. Thank you, Raw Life. We sure appreciate you supporting this event. All right, Daria's back on course. She gets up in her switch stance, crosses the buoy, does an ollie in the flats, just goes down, got a little off balance. That means she's got plenty of course left. The boat will spin around. She's got one fall left as well. All right, Daria getting picked back up. Again, she comes up in her switch stance. She does have another fall, plenty of course left. There's that switch ollie in the flats. Showing some nice control in her switch stance. Coming up about the halfway point. There's a nice switch there, but again, goes down. That'll be her second fall. The boat will continue on. That's okay. It was a great overall first run. Let's give it up for Daria. That'll do it for the Outlaw Female Surf Division. Some great riding in that division. Stay with our female surf riders. Next up, we have the Amateur Female Surf Division. And this will be the final heat. This will determine who is going to be your crowned champion in the Amateur Female Surf Division. 4 riders: Bentley Schaefer, Carly Reitenbach, Coen Sun, and Heather Haney. And we will take a quick break. We're going to do a judge change. A quick judge change, and we will get on with those finals. All right, the 2025 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Pro Wake Surf. I'm joined by Svetlana Belova. She comes out of Moscow, Russia. She is also a competitor in the Masters Female Surf Division. We got to see her ride yesterday. She's an amazing surfer, and we go back quite a few years. I've known Svetlana a long time. I think the first time we met was at the World Championship. Maybe was it Utah, I think? I think it was Utah. Anyway, she's a great competitor. She's a world champion herself, and she's here to talk about Pro Wake Surf. And from what I understand, what Pro Wake Surf was designed to do was to get these pros together to help out the younger riders.
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
First, I wanted to say thank you, big thank you, you, all organizers. It's amazing competition. We like very much, and I want to say big thank you all our partners, Pro Wake Surf partners. They help to us, and we help to world wake surfing, international wake surfing, and try to support many competition for sorry for my English.
Oh, that's quite all right. Can you talk about some of those partners that partner with you to support wake surfing?
We have partners close for wake surfing, like In Dream, One More Wave, for healthy food. It's Raw Life. It's I like very much, and some project generally like sorry.
That's okay. It's so good to have you and all the writers from Russia. We sure appreciate you supporting us. I know it's been difficult to travel to the U.S., but we're glad you made it. And so, what's next for you? Are you going to hang around the U.S., Arizona a little bit, or what are you going to do next?
Next, I go to Serbia for competition, for organize, help to organizer.
Well, great. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for your support. Really appreciate. And then you also, are you the director of CWSA Russia?
I was
Okay.
director. Now I am CWSA Russia, like president.
You're the president of the CWSA
Yes.
Russia, so that's fantastic. It's another arm of the CWSA, helping develop the competitive part,
Yes.
competitive side of the sport of wake surfing. We sure appreciate your work on that, and I get to sit with you during the CWSA conference calls quite often,
Yes.
and get to hear your input on what happens with promoting the sport all the time. Well, thank you for coming. Thanks for coming up and chatting with us, and enjoy the rest of your time in Arizona,
Thank you.
and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. We are ready to get underway with our amateur female surf division. And this is the final heat. We have 4 riders, Bentley, Carly, Coen, and Heather. And now, leading us off, 13-year-old Bentley Schaefer from right here in Peoria, Arizona, passes the buoy, starts with a nice big air, followed by a slash, staying busy. The judges want to see that. Now she goes down, I think, maybe on a chop hop. That's all right. She's got plenty of room. And she's right out here at show center. Let's give it up. Let's give her some noise. Let's cheer Bentley on. She can hear you down there. Give a big fist bump, Bentley. Thank you. All right, Bentley is back up on her board. The wave is formed, rope is in, goes up for the floater. Nice ollie off the lip. Oh, gets a little far back on the wave and washes out the back. That's okay. She's got her whole second pass. I'm sure we're going to see some great stuff out of Bentley. The boat continues on, and the jet ski will take her to the end of the course. All right, Bentley's back up for her second pass, across the buoy. Getting busy. 360 goes over the top of the wave and back out the back. That's her first fall on her second pass. The boat will spin around, give her another opportunity to nail that 360. All right, Bentley began wake surfing in 2021, and she started competing in 2023. She also has spent time and is a graduate of the Wake Surf AZ Academy, with 𝐴NG sitting on the back of the boat and coaching Bentley with the headset, the BB Talking headset. And speaking of wake surfing, here comes Bentley back up, showing some good slashes. Judges love that intensity. Nice big chop hop. Does an ollie off the lip into a bottom turn to slash. That's a nice combination. Staying busy, showing some intensity. Maybe a little too intense. Slips out, goes down, but that's okay. Great second pass and great overall finals. Give it up for Bentley Schaefer. All right, if you're just showing up and you are still hungry, there is lunch being served. Come on over to the charter boat. Got some nice ladies serving up some pork sliders, some pulled pork sliders, some chips, and a bottled water. All right, next rider in the amateur female surf finals, 15-year-old Carly Reitenbach out of Alberta, Canada. And here she goes. The rope is in the boat. There's the start buoy and follows and ollie in the flats to a slash. Goes to the top. There's an ollie. Goes to the top and does a chop hop. Staying busy. The judges want to see that as part of his intensity. Does a nice bottom turn out to that white water. Tries to put a grab and goes down. That's okay. That's just her first fall, and she's got half the course ahead of her. All right. Carly's back up. Got a little bit of course left and one fall remaining. Keeping busy with that board. Going for the 360. Brings it around, nails the 360. Here's that bottom turn right at the buoy. And she's going to stand up past the buoy. She'll stay with the boat. The boat's going to kick her out when created a little bit of room. And we'll spin around and pick her up for her second pass. All right, Carly getting pulled back up for her second pass. The wave is formed. There goes the start buoy. There goes the rope. It looks like she's in a revert stance there with the fins forward. Very difficult to control that. Spins out back 180, but goes down. Got a little bit heavy on the toe side rail. But that's just her first fall. She's got plenty of course left. Carly began wake surfing in 2015 and started competing in 2021. She wants to give a shout out to Bailey Rush, of course, for being the best coach ever and one of the most genuine and grounded people I know. Amazing coach is Bailey Rush. Has mentored many, many Canadian athletes. And you will get a chance to see Bailey tomorrow. She is the reigning world champion. All right, back on course is Carly. She's in her switch stance, showing the judges some variety. Gets an ollie in the flats with switch. Goes to the top, floats up a little bit. Getting some good carves. Better than halfway down the course, she's approaching that final buoy. And she's going to ride through the final buoy in her switch stance. Give it up. Great second pass. Great overall final for Carly Reitenbach. Will that be enough to crown her the CWSA World Champion in the amateur female surf division? All right, I don't remember reading these results, but I do have the semifinal in the Outlaw Female Surf results. And In this division, we are taking the top 2 riders in each heat, and the remaining will go to the LCQ. And he won in 3rd place, Monica Suter. 2nd place, Jenny Vandevelde. And 1st place, Kyong Lee. That means Kyong and Jenny will head straight to the finals. Monica will join the rest in the LCQ. The 2nd heat, 4th place, Rita Starret. 3rd place, Rico. 2nd place, Daria. And in 1st place, 𝐴𝐚𝐺𝐿𝐴SBY. That means Amy and Daria head straight to the final. The remaining 2 will go to the LCQ. Congratulations to everyone, and good luck in your LCQ and final. Our final rider in this division, Coen Sun, 25-year-old out of Taipei City. Gets an ollie in the flats, staying busy. There's a nice air, getting the tail out of the water. The judges want to see that board completely out of the water, get the tail up. There's a chop hop 180 front side. Setting up. There's the 360. Gets a little tail heavy on the 360. Does not quite complete the turn. It goes out the back. Looks like she's got a little bit of course remaining, so the boat will spin around and pick her up. 1 fall left. All right, back on course and nails that 360 right at the end buoy. She is very happy about that. She rides through the end buoy, will stay with the boat, and get set up for her 2nd pass. All right, Coen back up. Legs go of the rope. She's in her heel side stance. Surfing the other side of the wave. Gets it, crosses the buoy, gets an ollie in the flats. There's the 360, just kind of slides out, gets stuck in the face of the wave. The board slides out on her and she goes down. That's okay. That's her 1st fall. She's got plenty of course remaining. All right, I did want to point out, I got a note here earlier from one of our sponsors, Sun and Ski Sports. Their slogan is, find yourself outside. Currently, they're running first track sale. So for every $80 you spend, you get additional $10 off. That sounds like a fairly good deal to me. Check them out. They're in that tent overlaying the walkway as you approach the event site. Go say hi. Check out their products. Thank you very much, Sun and Ski, for supporting us. All right, Coen back up for her second pass. Gets a nice slash. There's the air. Followed by an ollie in the flats. She's staying busy, goes up to the top for a floater, approaching show center here. There's that 180. She just goes down on that ollie frontside 180. That's her second fall. That'll do it for Coen. That's all right. Great overall final. Let's give it up for Coen Sun. Our final rider in the finals of the amateur female surf division, a local gal coming out of Peoria, Arizona, 31-year-old Heather Haney. As you can tell, she's got quite a cheering squad behind her today. She wants to give a huge shout out to Vibes Wake Surfing, especially Mike and Angie, for all their support throughout the years. You're very welcome. And speaking of Heather, here she comes out of the water wearing that yellow jersey, which means she is the top seed in this final. There goes the rope. She's in her heel side stance, passing the buoy. There's the ollie in the flats. Passing show center here. There's a nice air. Good intensity behind those airs. Goes to the top, does the chop hop. That's not an easy trick to do, I know, because I've tried it. Tries a lip slide, but goes down on the lip slide. That's okay. She's got half the course left. Boat's going to spin around. One more fall. One thing Angie does teach her competitors is to be smart on the course, and you can see that there's a little bit of boat chop coming in, so Heather decided her first pass to ride on the inside between the boat and the break wall to try to get some smoother water. I have a feeling she may go to her regular side. There'll be the port side. She is a regular rider. Actually, Heather chooses to get up in switch stance. Again, showing some variety. She's showing heel side on the port side. Now some switch heel side. Getting a little bobble from some waves coming in and goes down. That'll do it for her first pass. She's got a whole course ahead of her in her second pass, and 2 falls remaining on her second pass. Another great view of Lake Pleasant sitting at the base of the Bradshaw Mountains. I'm not sure what it looks like on your screen, but we have a beautiful view out the top of this charter yacht donated by Scorpion Bay Marina. We're seeing some green, some desert mountains, a little bit of cloud coming in, and yes, we can tell there's a little bit of boat swell coming into the course. This is a very favorite boating spot for a lot of the North Phoenix area residents. And being a perfect day like this, we're going to see a little bit of boat traffic this afternoon. All right, Heather back on course, sporting that yellow jersey, showing why she's the #1 seed. Crosses that buoy. Now she's in her regular stance on that nice TIFF blue board. Gives an ollie in the flats, goes to the top. There's the, holds it, and there's the chop pop. Staying busy, showing some intensity. There's a nice ollie. Kind of subs the nose a little bit, but saves it. She's coming on show center right here. Goes for this 360. Just goes down on the 360 a little bit heavy on the toe side rail that time. The boat's going to spin around. She's got half the course left. Some nice cheers from the crowd. I have a feeling her fiance Sean is down there leading those cheers. Her next big event after this World Championship is she's going to be getting married. I just hope I'm invited to that party because it's going to be a good one. All right, Heather back up. She's got time for 1 or 2 tricks. I think she's going to nail that 360. Getting set up, coming forward. There's an air. Ollie in the flats, right at the buoy. Goes for the 360 and nails the 360 right at the buoy. Hopefully, she gets it in time. That's up to the judges for a decide. Great job, great finals pass. Give it up for Heather Haney. All right, sorry about that. I had to pay some bills here, but we got Carly right back on course. Amateur female skim final. She's in a switch revert position. Goes cab 180 back to her regular stance. Showing some good variety. Does a front side 180 now and switch revert again. This time we're going to see the cab 540. Gets to the back of the wave. Can she pump in? No, she can't. Got a little too far back. It's okay. It's just her first fall. She's pretty happy about her pass. The boat's going to spin around. Let's see if we can't get a fist pump out of her. Let's give her some big cheers. Let's cheer her on. Can we get a fist pump from you? Maybe can't quite hear us. All that boat noise, and she's got about half the course left. It's really nice because I can look out and see her. I can see the boat turning around, coming back to pick her up. And as she gets pulled back up, we're going to give you a nice side view of that 2026 Nautique G23 with the white over steel blue and the gray 100-year anniversary stripe. Can you believe these boats have been around 100 years? There goes the rope. There's the cab 180. And as she approaches the final buoy, ollie in the flats, she's going to ride through, give a thumbs up to the judge. Surfs out. Great job. And great overall finals run. Give it up for Carly. Next rider in the amateur female skim finals, Morgan Eberhard, 14-year-old out of Chestermere, Alberta. All right, Morgan Eberhardt on course. There goes the rope. There goes the start buoy, and she is getting busy, showing some good intensity. There's the lip slide. And the 360, nice and controlled, able to recover it from the back with no problem behind that G23. There's the body varial, just lands a little heavy on the heel side and slips out. That's okay. The boat's going to spin around. She's got time for one more. All right. Morgan getting pulled back up for her second pass. There goes the rope. There's the front side, nice and smooth on that front side 180, almost a drifter 180. There's the cab 180, holding it in that 180, but just gets a little rough and goes down. Thank you, Corinne. Head judge Corinne Woodard just brought me, hot off the press, the results, the finals for amateur female surf. In fourth place from the USA, Bentley Schaefer. And in third place from the USA, Heather Haney. And in second place from Canada, Carly Reitenbach. And all the way from Chinese Taipei in first place, Coen Sun. Congratulations. All right, Morgan back up, passing the buoy, goes front side 180 in her switch stance. There's the cab, 540. She spins at 540, but gets a little far back on the wave, not able to recover. We are noticing just a little bit of boat chop out there, but nothing that these riders can't handle. Morgan started competing in 2023. She wants to give a big shout out to her parents and coaches for always supporting her. I'll love to hear those shout outs to the parents. They're the ones that provide not only the support, the emotional support, but also the financial support. As most of us know, this sport is not cheap and takes a lot of time and a lot of finance to compete in this sport, and we do appreciate all of those parents that spend a lot of time, a lot of hours helping out their young athletes. All right, Morgan getting pulled back up for the remainder of her second and final pass in this final heat. There goes the rope. There's the front side 180. Now in a switch revert stance goes cab 180. There's the shove. Lands the shove. Pumps back in from the back. Nicely done. Goes for the body varial. Just falls on the body varial. And that's a great finals run. Give it up for Morgan Eberhard. All right, next water coming out of Zurich, Switzerland, 29-year-old Adina Vetch. Adina getting pulled up out of the water. There goes the rope. She is past the buoy. The judges are getting judges. She starts with a nice board slide. There's a ollie. That's a nice little butter slide, kind of almost 90 degrees with their back to the boat in the flats. That's a really stylish front side 180, goes well onto the flats, brings it back to cab 180. Now she's back in her regular stance. There she goes for the 360. Nice, smooth, controlled 360. Body varial, nails the body varial. Now she's in her switch stance. Goes for a switch front big spin and just gets a little on top right at the end buoy there. Great first pass. The jet ski's going to pick her up and take her to the boat for the start of her second pass. '25 CWSA Championship also brought to you by Bell Bank. Founded in 1966, headquartered in Fargo, North Dakota, one of the nation's largest independently owned banks. Does have full self-service locations here in Arizona. Offer a full suite of banking and financial services, mortgages, wealth management, and insurance. We use Bell Bank Vibes Wake Surfing, and we're very thankful for their donation and their support for the 2025 CWSA World Championship. All right. Aldina, the end of the course, getting pulled up for the start of her second pass. There goes the rope. The wave is formed. There goes the buoy. She is getting busy. There's the 180 shove. Gets a little on the tail. The board slips out. But she's got plenty of course left and another fall. The boat will spin around. Today is day 2 of the CWSA Championship 2025 edition. Yesterday we did push up a few divisions, and we're going to do the same today. We have a hurricane off the coast of California that's going to shove some weather up into the southwest, and specifically in Arizona. We do expect a little bit of rain tomorrow and some heavy stuff coming in on Friday, so we are going to try to move up as much as we can. And speaking of wake surfing, there Aldina getting the 180 shove. Now she's in revert, does that front side 180, back into switch stance. Judges love to see that board rotating in both directions, both stances. And here she comes. There's that little hillside lip slide. Goes for the switch front big right at the buoy. Does not get it quite shoved enough and goes down. That's okay. Great finals run. Let's give it up for Aldina 𝐓𝐡𝐞. All right, the final rider in this division, Ciara Eisold, wearing that yellow jersey. She crosses the buoy. She's getting busy. Turns the board sideways. Does a front side 180 cab, 180 combination. She's setting up, goes for that 180 shove. Nails the 180 shove. Now is in revert. Got to see a revert 360, but gets a little tail heavy and goes down. Got an extra fall. The boat's going to spin around and pick her up. All right. Back on course, Sierra. It's an ollie in the flats. There's the 360, nice and controlled, pumps back in from the back. Approaching that end buoy. There's the shove out. Nicely done on the shove out. She's going to ride that through the buoy. Great first pass. Also sporting that yellow jersey, which means she is the top ranked individual in this heat. All right, Sierra getting pulled back up for pass number 2. She is in her switch, or in her goofy stance. There goes the rope. Sporting that yellow jersey. Passing the buoy. Hucking some buckets, showing why she is deserving of that yellow jersey. Setting up for the 360 at the back of the wave. Has plenty of room to pump back in. Setting up, throws that 180 shove, now in the revert position. As Sierra goes front shove, nails the front shove, nice and controlled. There's the big spin attempt, lands a little bit on top. She's got some course left, the boat will spin around. One fall remaining. I have a feeling she's going to go at that big spin one more time. I think she may be able to hear you down there. Let's make some noise for Sierra. Let's give it up. Let's see if we can get a fist pump out of Sierra. All right, Sierra gets pulled out of the water for one more attempt. Pulls in the rope, lets it go to the other side, approaching that end buoy. There's the big spin, again lands right on top, goes over out the back, goes down, but that's okay. That's a great overall finals run. Let's give it up for Sierra 𝐬𝐻𝐿. All right, that'll do it for the amateur female skim finals. We're just going to have to wait to see who is crowned the 2025 CWSA World Champion. All right, the boat will be coming in. We're going to do a quick judge change. Next up are the LCQs, last chance qualifying for Outlaw Female Surf Division. We have Rita Starret, Monica Suter, Rico Namiyama, all looking to try to make that one spot. The winner will go to finals. We're looking for 𝐃𝐨𝐳𝐵𝐿, amateur male skim rider. If you would please just report into the judging area. Sorry, the athlete area, and check in with the dock starter. Check, check. Check, check.
Jason doesn't want to talk either.
All right, 2025 CWSA World Championship, also brought to you by Vibes Wake Surfing. And sitting here next to me are the two co-owners of Vibes Wake Surfing. We have Jason Saxton to my right, my lovely wife Angie next to Jason. Jason is also our neighbor here on the dock. We both have houseboats on 𝐓𝐡𝐞 here at Scorpion Bay. I think I speak for all of us and to say the living out here is just wonderful. We get fed well. We have some good times together. And I'd have to say Jason is the one that approached Angie and I and said, well, why don't we talk about making our own product? And maybe Jason will say a few words about what he does and what he thinks about Vibes Wake Surfing. I'm putting him on the spot, but
I'm a little microphone shy, but no, it's exceeded all expectations with the Vibes wakeboard, wake surf companies, they like to call it when they're talking about the generic form of it. But it's been a blast, and it's exceeded all the expectations, which isn't normally the case with a hobby business. So having another full career and being able to do something you love and enjoy it with these people has been a blast. So the boards are obviously outstanding. If you haven't ridden one, I'd suggest you do. And anyway, that's it. That's my story.
Jason, what's your favorite model? What do you like to ride?
I've been an XO guy for a while, but I like all of them. I started out on the Diamond. Mike has gotten me on the Aviator quite a bit, which is an amazing board as well. And then I'm kind of a creature of habit, so I get stuck on the XO. I've been stuck on the XO for a little while. I get stuck on boards for a bit, but I'm about ready to put my Diamond back into rotation here soon.
And just recently, we're kind of testing some new products. Tell us about we don't know what we're going to call this yet, but it's a carbon vacuum sealed XO that you've been testing.
The board is amazing. I was lucky enough to be one of the first prototype riders on it, and it's a whole different beast. It's a hot rod. It's fast. It's light, nimble. Does all things well. I'm sure Angie can articulate that a little bit better than I can, because she can describe riding revert better and doing all the high-level tricks that she does. But it's a completely different feel, extremely fun. And if you're intermediate to advanced, I would say it's a great board to jump on.
Of course, Angie is the greatest seller of our boards. She can talk an Eskimo into purchasing some ice, and she definitely represents our board. She made me promise that she didn't have to hold the microphone in front of her face, but if she wants to talk about her favorite board, she can. She's shaking her head, but she has a very special 4.2 XO that she just can't not get off of. And in fact, today I think you let Heather ride that board in Lisa. That's right. Lisa rode that board in competition today, and she did very well. I guess it was yesterday she rode it. She did very well on the board, and she's getting very good. I talked earlier about how Angie has had quite an influence on a lot of the local riders and some riders around the U.S. and in different countries. And she's a very special person. Of course, I am biased. I know she's not going to say anything about Vibes, but maybe she could show her tattoos or something. She has some tattoos of every board model on her body. We are calling our boards VID stands for Violent Inspired Design. So every board is a VID. We have the VID Diamond, VID XO, the VID Aviator, and now we are testing a new model. We just got the boards in yesterday, and shaped by Dave Barr of Barr Designs. He's in Carlsbad, California. He'll be shaping our boards now. We're very excited to try the new boards. And also we got a few carbon boards in our stock. But anyways, Thanks, guys, for coming up here.
Yeah, I'll add one thing. Mike is the brains behind all the amazing designs that we have. He does a great job of. He comes up here. He's a humble guy about talking about the product, but he's put a lot of time and effort into R&D, boat time, understanding what wave, boats, the whole thing. So even if he's having a conversation with some type of legacy shaper or glasser, he's the one that conveys all the information, and he's the brains behind the profiles and the performance of the board. So huge thank you to Mike, and I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that rides the boards. We're pretty stoked and happy, and it keeps us smiling. So big thanks to Mike for all the work he's put in on R&D, design. It's an enormous amount of time. So big thanks.
Well, I appreciate that, Jason, but if I'm the brains of the operation, does that make you the looks of the operation?
Yeah. Well, that's what they keep saying, I want to be humble about it, but hey, if it fits, whatever, I'll be the.
All right.
I'll be the second.
Well, thank you, guys. And now back to surfing. That's what it's all about. All right, the Outlaw Female Surf LCQs. Rita Starret first out of the dot. She's getting down low. Looks like maybe tried a shove and goes down on the shove. The board pops up out of the water. Boat's going to spin around and give her another shot. All right, there's a beautiful shot of that boat getting turned around in the distance. Rita's getting ready to get pulled up by her second pass. And here she goes, getting up in her regular stance. Rope is away. Getting down low. Goes onto her knees. Does the walk around body varial. Now in her switch stance. There's the switch body varial. Is she able to recover? No, she's not. She just gets a little too far back on the wave. There's not quite enough push back there for her to pump back in the wave. Boat's going to continue on to the end of the course, the jet ski will come back around and get her. All right, Rita's back up. Rita's a regular rider, so she's riding on the starboard side with her right foot forward, which puts her in a switch stance, getting a few boat rollers out there. So there's the switch body varial. Now she's back in heel side, but she just goes up on the top and out the back. If you get on top of that wave, there's nothing to push you forward. It just wants to suck you right out the back. So you have to make sure that you push the nose of the board down the face of the wave in order to come back into the pocket. All right, Rita getting pulled back up. She's coming about halfway down the course. She's in her switch stance now. And from switch, she's going to get down on her knees. Looks like possibly doing the walk around varial to the other direction. About halfway down the course. Now she's back in her regular stance, approaching that final buoy. And she goes for the body varial and just gets a little on the tail and goes out the back. That'll do it for Rita. Let's give it up. Great LCQ run for Rita Starret. And now second rider in the LCQ coming on course, Monica Suter out of Irvine, California. It's a nice air. Snap in the wave. staying busy. There's a good ollie in the flats, too. A little snap off the lip. Monica's staying busy, doing some good carving and some slashing. About 3/4 of the way down the course. She's setting up. Looks like a lip slide. Goes to the top, floater, and chop pop down to the bottom. And there's the 360 attempt. Goes over the top, out the back, past the final buoy. Jet ski will pick her up for her second pass. All right, Monica getting pulled back up on course. Looks like she had a little trouble getting started. I think she went to switch stance. I don't know if there was something wrong with the boat or she just fell out the back. Boat will come back around and get her. All right, here goes Monica. Back up, there goes the rope. She's getting busy. There's a nice air by Monica with the slash. Another ollie going for a board grab. Comes Monica about halfway down the course. We're starting to see her come into view here in front of the athlete area. Gets an ollie with another board touch. See that nice, beautiful 𝐼𝐻 very clean. Goes to the top, does a chop hop. Approaching that final buoy. Looks like she's going down to start the 360. There's the 360. She rotates but gets a little heavy on the heels, goes down. That'll do it for Monica. Great finals run. Let's give it up for Monica 𝐶. And the final rider in this outlaw female surf LCQ coming out of Tokyo, Japan, Rico Namiyama. And here she is up out of the water. Doesn't take long for that G23 wave to form. There goes the rope. There goes the first buoy. She starts with an ollie in the flats. Does some good carving. Goes to the top. Comes down with a chop hop. So you can see the boat going right in front of us. There's an ollie. But she just buries the nose, the back of the boat, and goes down. That's okay. She's got another fall left and just over half the course remaining. Rico getting pulled back up out of the water for the remainder of her first pass. She's got only one fall left, but plenty of course to show the judges what she's got. Goes to the back of the wave, pumps forward. There's a nice ollie. Able to land that one. She's coming up on that final buoy. Goes for that ollie frontside 180. Does pump back in. Great job. Goes through the final buoy. She's got to be happy with that. She'll stay along with the boat. And that'll do it for pass number 1. right, Rico getting pulled up for her second pass. There goes the rope. She is in her goofy stance. There's a nice air. There's that 360 attempt again. Gets a little stuck on top, which takes you right out the back. But that'll do it for Rico. Will it be enough to get her into the finals? Only the judges at this point do know. But let's give it up for Rico Namiyama. All right, we're going to do another boat crew change. The boat will come back to the dock, change out the crews, and we will be back for some finals. We have the amateur male skim finals coming up, masters female skim, and amateur male surf finals. Stay tuned. Okay, from the Lost and Found department, we did have a credit card get turned into us. Is Elena Bondarenko or anybody that knows her, close to her? I have your credit card. How much do you have on it? What? Enough? Can you buy me my glasses, my sunglasses? I'll bring it down to you. I'll bring it down. All right. In my hand, hot off the press, I have some final results of the amateur female skim final. I understand that I have been keeping all of Europe awake as they're patiently waiting for me to read these scores. But I'm a little winded from walking up the stairs. But here we go. There were 4 riders in the final. Number 4, Carly Reitenbach from Canada. Number 3, also from Canada, Morgan Eberhardt. Taking home silver, Adina Vetch from Switzerland. That means you're world champion for 2025 CWSA World Champion out of Germany, Sierra 𝐂𝐲𝐻𝐿. Congratulations to everyone. Okay, now y'all can go to bed. Thanks for staying up and watching. First call for Masters Female Skim. Grab your board, grab your vest. Go to the athlete area check-in with Heather Haney. Start your stretching, get warmed up. All right, on course for our amateur male skim finals, we have Gabriel Zakarian. Looks like Gabriel fell right past the buoy. Boat does come off plane and turn around. And in this division, we have Gabriel Zakaria, Nikita Konkov, Andrea Gangloff, and Timothy Vikrov. This is the final heat for the amateur male skim division. All right, Gabriel, back up. Wave is formed. There goes the rope, crossing the buoy. It's an ollie off the lip. Going for a 360, gets a little tail heavy on the 360. Goes down. The boat will turn around and pick him up. He'll have one more fall in his second pass. All right, Gabriel back up. There goes the rope. There's one more fall in his second pass. There's an ollie off the top. There's the front side 180. Holds it in that switch revert position, controlling it. Does a cab 180 out of it, right into a 360, but goes just a little toe side heavy and into the wave. The boat will continue on. Give it up for Gabriel in his final heat. Next rider up, coming out of Russia, is Nikita Konkov. All right, Nikita's getting pulled up for his first pass. The wave is formed, getting just a few bumps out there. There goes the rope. There goes the starter buoy. Starts with an ollie into a lip slide, board slide combination. There's the nice, smooth 360. Very well controlled. Does a little snap up on top. Nice controlled front side 180, but goes up onto the wave and then stuffs the tail of the board into the water, goes down. It's got about half the course left and one fall, so the boat will come around and get him. As you can tell a little later in the afternoon, we're getting a little bit more boat traffic, causing a few rollers to come into the course. Nothing that these riders can't handle. All of them will train in the rough conditions just so they're prepared for it when competition comes. I, on the other hand, do not like to ride unless it is totally smooth without any boats in the area. All right, Nick getting pulled back up out of the water. Got plenty of course left. There's the alley-oop, very well controlled and executed. That's what the judges are looking for. Does a shove, gets a little on top of the wave. The board slides out from underneath him, and he goes back flipping off the wave. That'll be his second fall. The boat will continue on, and that jet ski will pick him up, take him to the end of the course for the start of his second pass. All right, 2025 CWSA CWSA World Championship, also brought to you by Pacwa Park. I know some of you had a chance to go down and play at the Pacwa Park, run through the obstacle, do a lot of sliding and jumping in the water. We do appreciate them staying open for us yesterday. I think they're going to pack up today because tomorrow was supposed to get a little rain and will not be favorable for their employees. We do appreciate their support. All right, Nick back up on course for his second pass. He is in his goofy stance, does a nice board slide. Very well executed on his tricks. The front side 180, nice controlled, almost like a drifter 180. In a switch revert stance right now, doing some board slides. There's a cab 180, a good control. Turns it into a 540, but goes down, just can't ride that through. It's okay, he's got one more fall. The boat will turn around and pick him up. While the boats turn around to get him, I have some finals results. Actually, it's the LCQ results. In the Outlaw Female Surf Division, one of these riders will make it through to the final. In third place, Rita Starret. In second place, Monica Suter. And in first place, from Japan, Rico Namiyama. And congratulations to all. And Rico, you will be advancing to the final. You can go to native view. And Nick back on course in his switch stance. There's a nice controlled switch at 540. Turns it into a 540. Tries to shove it out. Just goes down on that shove. That's his second fall. Nonetheless, that was a great pass. Great job, Nick. He's not too happy about it. But we'll see if that's enough to keep him on the podium. Next rider up coming out of Alberta, Canada, 15-year-old Andre Gangloff. Andre gets pulled up. He is in a goofy stance as well. There's the first buoy. It's time for him to get busy. That's a nice air off the lip. Follows us up with some slashes, hucking buckets. There's a little drifter, a small drifter, a smifter. There's a 360. Spins that 360 like a top. Does a front shove, I believe, but just goes down a little bit choppy on that feed from the boat. Boat will come back around and get him. He's got half the course and one fall left. Andre's been competing since 2023. He wants to shout out to his dad for driving the boat and to his mother for directing his training and offering her advice. I love to hear when these athletes give shout outs and thanks to their parents, because without them, we would not be doing this. All right, Andre getting pulled back up. Nice shove, 180 shove. There's the backside 180 now is in his switch stance. From there, the switch front big spin just gets a little off balance, can't quite control it. and variety. There he goes for the switch front big. Nails the switch front big spin. That's a big trick in the amateur division. There's the 3 shove. Gets his feet on, but just a little heavy. On the heel side, goes down. Boat's going to spin around, pick him up. I bet he tries that 3 shove again. He's got plenty of course. One more fall left. Andre back up. Gonna try that switch stance again. There goes the rope. And there goes a switch. Looks like a 720, but cannot quite keep it from falling out the back. That'll do it, but let's hear it for Andre Gangloff out of Alberta, Canada. Great ride. The final rider in this division, a 12-year-old coming out of Moscow, Russia, Timofey Vikrov. I know his mother, Maria, is somewhere around here, probably doing a little nervous pacing. I bet she gets more nervous for when he rides than when she rides. Timofey in his goofy stance passes that first buoy, does an ollie in the flats, a little frontside butter slide, does a board slide, lip slide combination, getting some slashes, staying busy. The judges do love to see that. There's a nice air, goes into a 360, good combination, adds to the difficulty score. Timofey is wearing that yellow jersey, tries the shove, goes down. The yellow jersey signifies that he is the #1 seed in this division, and he's going to do his best to make sure he maintains that #1 seed in this division. All right, Timofey back up for the remainder of his first pass. There goes the rope. There's the 180 shove into the backside 180. Great combination. And now in his switch stance, switch revert. He goes for the cab 180 to shove out. Another combination. He is combining tricks all together. There's the 3 shove. Nails the 3 shove right at the end buoy. Puts his hands on his hips, says, that's all I got for this pass. Take me to the end. Let's get this thing done. Great job on the first pass, Timofey. All right, Timothy back up in his goofy stance, wearing that yellow colored jersey. Passing the start buoy. Now he's getting busy. Does the front side 180 now out of his switch stance. Does a switch. It looks like a 720 there. Switch 7, very nice. There's a cab 180. Now he's in a revert. Takes that board and does the shove out. Staying busy. Does the combination shove to a 720. Wow, staying busy. Showing a lot of rotations. There's a big air. Gets the tail completely out of the water. The judges really love to see that. Nails the body vario. Mom's got to be happy down there. I'm sure she's going to start cheering for him because he's got the switch front big spin. Nails that. I think the only thing left, Mom, is the 3 shove. No, he did the 3 shove. So the big spin. There's the big spin. Gets a little high, goes down, but that's okay. Great pass. Give it up for Tim. Big round of applause. I'm sure Mom is happy about that. All right, that'll do it for the amateur male skim finals. Now it's in the hands of the judge, who will be crowned the champion of the amateur male skim division. Now we move on to the final round of the Masters Female Skim Division, starting with Linda Cooley, followed by Victoria Verbitska, Isabel Gasson, and Nina Ryzenkova. The judges will need just a little bit of time to get their judge sheets out of this new division. All right, Linda's getting pulled up for her first pass. There goes the rope. There goes the start buoy. Time to get busy. Time for the judges to get judgy. Here goes Linda showing some nice carves. Small ollie in the flats. Falls back, gets a little too far back out the wave and goes down. Plenty of course left. The boat will spin around and pick her up. All right, back up goes Linda. Linda trains right here on Lake Pleasant. She's from Peoria, Arizona. There goes the rope. There's the drifter. Front side 180. Gets a little too far back. Gets caught in that curl and goes out the back. That's 2 falls. The boat will continue on. And spin around. Set up for next pass. All right, as you can see, that beautiful view of Lake Pleasant at the base of the Bradshaw Mountains. And we want to shout out to another one of our sponsors, which is Scorpion Bay Marina. And they've provided all the support that we've needed. They pulled that in that dock that you all are enjoying resting on. They've also provided us with a patrol boat out there. And we sure appreciate all their support. Thank you to Scorpion Bay Marina, Linda, Joe, Kyla, Tyler, all the help you've provided. We certainly appreciate it. And I see some very large tips in your future. All right, here goes Linda Cooley. No wave is formed. There goes the rope for the start of her second pass. There goes the buoy. Looks like Linda's setting up for that front side 180 again. Nice and controlled. Gets a little high on the wave and goes out the top. All right, Linda getting back up for her final half of her second pass. And this final day for this Masters Female Skim division. She's approaching the halfway point. There goes that front side 180. Still cannot hold on to it. Goes down. That's her second fall. The boat will continue. Great job, Linda. Please give it up for Linda Cooley. And the next rider, coming out of Germany, Viktoria Verbicka. There goes the rope, crossing the start buoy. Time to get busy. Showing some good control on her skimboard. Tries the board slide, gets stuck on top a little bit, and just gets a little too far back that she cannot recover on that wave. That's okay. She's got plenty of course left, and one fall to go for this first pass. All right, Viktoria back up. She is in her goofy stance. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. There's an ollie in the flats. Getting down, grabbing the board, trying to get the board to 90 degrees. Doesn't quite get it there. Does some carves on the top. It's a little neat touch for the judges. She rides through the end buoy. And that'll do it for her first pass. The boat's going to turn around, pick her up for her second pass. All right, the 2025 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Bling Sauce. Right there. Bling Sauce, that's, if you ask me, #1 in boat cleaning products. Hot sauce is what Angie and I use on our boat. It even has a nice little flavor to it if some of it gets in your mouth, which does happen on a windy day. Hot sauce, vinyl sauce, condy sauce, the conditioning sauce. They're coming out with some new products. I believe they have a glass cleaning product as well. So speaking of wake surfing, back on the water with Viktoria. Passes that start buoy. Looks like she's in a revert stance. Goes front side 180 and then 180 out. She is able to recover that from the back. Gets down low, grabs the tail of the board, spins a 360, gets a little heavy on the tail and goes down. The boat will turn around. Thanks Boat Bling for Bling Sauce. Recently had a name change to Bling Sauce because a lot of their products now, they're expanding into different areas, automobiles. So they changed the name to Bling Sauce. We know Patrick Jones and Julie very well, and Zach also with Boat Bling. They couldn't make it today. They had other commitments. We do appreciate their support. Viktoria back up. She's approaching the halfway mark. She's getting down low on the board. There's the 360, just cannot complete the 360 and goes down. That'll be her second fall. The boat will continue on to pick up the next rider. Let's give it up for Viktoria Verbicka out of Germany. Our head judge, Corinne Wooder, just passed me, hot off the press. Another results sheet. This one for the 2025 CWSA World Championship Amateur Male Skim final results. In fourth place, out of Russia, Nikita Konkov. In third place, from Germany, Gabriel Zakarian. And in second place, thank you, Corinne, taking home the silver, Andre Gangloff from Canada. That makes your 2025 Amateur Male Skim World Champion out of Russia, Timofey Vikrov. Congratulations to everyone. All right, back to the action. 𝐸ZABELLE Gilson on course in the Masters Female Skim Division. Looked like she went down pretty quickly past the buoy. Boat spinning around to pick her up. All right, this is 𝐸ZABELLE Gilson, 44 years old, out of Quebec, Canada. Getting pulled back up. I don't know what really happened on her first fall there, but I think she will recoup. There goes the rope. There's the front side 180. Falls back, but is able to recover. There's a cab 180, gets a little heel heavy, digs the tail into the water and goes down kind of head over heels. The boat will continue on. Jet ski will take the rider to the end of the course for second pass. 𝐸ZABELLE's home lake is actually on the river, on the St. Lawrence River. She claims that they have found a true surfing paradise. Well, I would love to visit that paradise and have a surf with you. And if it's anything like the paradise here at Lake Pleasant, I'm sure it is perfect. She's also giving a shout out to Bailey Rush, a big theme at this World Championship. Bailey has had an influence on many of the riders coming out of Canada. And you're in for a treat. You're going to get to witness the things that she can do behind a surfboard. Definitely eye-watering. All right. 𝐸ZABELLE back up for her second pass. Believe she's starting in her revert stance. Does the front side 180. Now in her switch stance. There's the switch 360. Turns it into a cab 540. Now in toe side revert. Goes back front side 180. Now back to switch. There's another cab 540. Here she comes halfway down the course, coming into view. There's the little front shove in the flats, goes down on that. She's still got some room. Boat's going to turn around, getting some cheering from the crowd. All right, 𝐸ZABELLE getting pulled up for the remainder of her second pass. There goes the rope. She's still in her revert stance. There's that little pixie shove. Goes down. Can't quite make it. That's okay. Great pass. Let's hear it for Isabelle Gasson. All right, our final rider in this Masters female skim final run, Nina 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐵 out of Russia. Passes the buoy, getting busy. Does a lip slide on the top into a board slide on the top. Ollies up. Getting a little bump, little choppy out there. There's the shove. Can she ride it back in? Pump it back in. Pump it, hold it. Hits a little bit of chop. Maybe helps her get forward a little. I think she's going to ride it out. Not sure if they're going to count that, but she goes out the back. I think there might have been a little bit of boat chop at the end of that course down there. Did not help. Nada has been competing since 2024. She wants to give a shout out to her husband, who courageously stays with her little children while she comes to compete in wake surfing competition. I would say that does take a lot of courage to raise small children, and we give a big shout out to him for doing so. All right. Here's Nina passing that buoy. Like she's in the revert stance. Does a lip slide, board slide combination. Showing good control in revert. Spins it to switch. Now in her switch stance. Does the cab 180 back to revert. There's the revert 360, but over rotates, gets on top. That's okay. The boat's going to turn around and get her. All right, Danita in her goofy stance, sporting that yellow jersey. Does a little flamingo step up on top of the wave. There's that 720, nails the 720. Very nice. Nice control. Does the front side 180. Goes through the buoy, and that'll do it for Nina. Great job. Let's give it up for Nina 𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐞. All right, first call for the Outlaw Female Skim Division. We will do a judge change before your division, but we would like you to start getting your mind right. Grab your board, grab your vest. Please check in with the dock starter, Heather Haney, down in the athlete area. All right, here we go. First rider, this amateur male surf final, Bennett Bateman. And there goes the rope. There goes the buoy. He's getting busy. The judges are getting judgy. Keeping busy, showing some good carves. showing some nice control. There's a good ollie off the lip. There's a snap. He's about halfway down the course. There's an ollie, throws a little board touch, follows it with an ollie in the flats with the board touch. There's a 360, gets it around, gets a little heavy on his heels and goes down. The boat will spin around. He's got a little bit of course left. Bennett is 14 years old out of Alberta, Canada. He wants to give a shout out to, of course, Bailey Rush. Bailey and Canada are synonymous with wake surfing and coaching. Also wants to give a big shout out to Mom and Dad for always supporting him. All right, Bennett Bateman gets pulled back up. There goes the rope in the boat. Nice catch by the judge. There he is. Gets nice ollies into a 360 combination. That's a great combination. Judges want to see that. Passes that buoy. He's got to be happy with that first pass. He'll continue for a while. The driver will kick him out, turn around, and get set up for his second pass. All right, here we have Bennett Bateman back on course. Wave is set. There goes the rope. There goes the buoy. Time to get busy. I believe he might have that board revert. Spins it front side, but buries the nose and goes over the top of the board. Does have one fall left. Plenty of course. Bennett has been working on the shove. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see it here before the end buoy. All right, Bennett getting pulled back up. Has that board in revert, yes, revert goes for the same front side 180, falls on it again. But great second pass, great overrun. Give it up for Bennett Bateman. All right, the 2025 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by OMW, or One More Wave. Clothing brand launched by wake surfers back in 2014. It's for those with an active and free lifestyle based on natural fabrics, smart cuts, and designs that work both on the water and in the city. All right, back on course, our final rider, Timothy Vikrov, coming out of Moscow, Russia, throws a nice clean air right out of the gate, snaps the board on top, does a lip slide, getting the tail completely out of the water. That's what the judges want to see. They want to see those fins. They want to see the tail completely out. Adds the chop hop to his boarded bag of tricks. Does an ollie with a grab. Gives him the fire hydrant, followed by a sitting duck, just showing that he still remembers those junior tricks and can have a little fun with it. Spins the 360, gets stuck on top a little bit, goes down. Still plenty of course left. All right, Tim back up. The remainder of his first pass. There's the 360. Spins it nicely, but just over-rotates a little bit, goes down. That's okay. He's got his whole second pass left to get that 360. I'm sure he'll do that. Want to give another big shout out to our sister and brothers from CWSA Russia and also CWSA Japan. We did get a chance to speak to the main director, Svetlana Belova, earlier. If anybody from CWSA Japan wants to come up and give a big talk, a little bit of an interview with us, we'd love to hear from you. All right, Timofey's up for his second and final pass. Crosses the buoys in his switch stance. Switch ollie in the flats. Goes down maybe the gun show. Doesn't quite have a lot of guns yet, but he's getting there. I know he is. There's the body varial. Sticks the body varial. Nails it. Shows great control. There's another nice here, getting that tail completely out of the water. There's the chop hop. Coming down the middle of the course, there's the 360. Much more control, nails it. That's the one he had left. Gets the body varial. Now he's in a switch stance. Maybe a switch 360. There's 180. There's a shove. Just goes down on the shove at the buoy. Let's give it up. Great riding by Timofey Vikrov. That'll do it for the amateur male skim final heat. Now it's in the judges' hands for who will be crowned the world champion. My apologies. One more rider left. He's wearing that yellow jersey. It's Andre Gankloff. You saw him earlier. He's also a surf style. He rides both styles and rides them very well. Starting off with some good airs and ollies. There's the 360. Gets a little heavy on the nose and goes down. He's got plenty of course left and one more fall. All right, Andre getting pulled back up and wearing that yellow jersey, signifying that he is the #1 seed in this heat. Has it in the revert position. There's the shove out. Gets to the back of the wave. Goes for the 360 again, a little heavy on the tail. It goes down. That'll do it for his first pass. He's got one more pass left. All right, and while Andre gets set up for his final pass, I do have some results in my hand for the 2025 CWSA World Championship results of the final heat in Masters Female Skim. In 4th place from the USA, Linda Cooley. In 3rd place from Germany, Victoria Verbitska. Taking home the silver medal from Canada, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞, which means your champion from Russia, Nina Ryzhenkova. All right, Andre getting pulled back up. Starts off with a nice big air. Puts a grab on the board on the toe side of the rail. There's the 360. Again, just a little bit on the heel. Pushes it into the nose under the water. The boat will spin around. He'll have plenty of course left. Andre comes out of Alberta, Canada. He began competing in 2023, and he wants to give a big shout out to his father for driving the boat and mother for directing his training and offering her advice. And speaking of Andre, he's back on course. He's sporting that yellow jersey. He needs to show us that he wants to maintain that yellow jersey. Gets to the back of the wave. There's that 360 he was looking for. Gives a big fist pump. He's stoked about it. Going to get down and do that walk around body barrel. Now he's in a switch stance. Showing some control and switch. There's the switch 360. Gets heavy on the heel side rail. Goes down. And the boat will continue on. That'll do it. Give it up for Andre Gankloff. And now that is the last rider in this division. Now it's up to the judges to decide. All right, the boat will be coming back in for a judge crew change. We have 3 divisions remaining this afternoon. We're moving a few divisions forward. We do have a threat of some foul weather coming in for Friday, so we want to make sure that we get as much done as possible to give you the best riding conditions possible as well. And next up, we have the Outlaw Female Skim Finals, followed by the Outlaw Male Surf Finals. And we'll wrap up with the Outlaw Female Surf Finals. All right, while we wait on the outlaw female skim division, I have some more final results. And for the 2025 CWSA World Championship Amateur Male Surf Final. In third place, from Canada, Bennett Bateman. And taking home the silver medal from Canada, Andre Gangloff. That means your world champion in amateur male surf out of Russia, Timofey Vikrov. Congratulations to all of you. All right, in this amateur or this outlaw female skim division, we have Iris, Jenny, Amy, and Kira. Looking forward to some good riding out of these ladies. Our first rider is going to be Iris Vola, coming out of France. She's been competing since 2016, and she is ready to ride. All right, as you can tell, that wind is starting to shift to the south, which means we got another smooth water condition out here on Lake Pleasant. Nice view of Iris coming out on the back of the boat, drops her board in, jumps on. I'm sure she gave her settings to that professional boat driver. All right, here we have Iris Volo on course now. She's getting us started in this outlaw female skim finals. She crosses the buoy, does a nice air, follows us up with the slash, hucking some buckets. There's the lip slide. Does the front side 180 cab, 180 out of it, gets to the back of the wave, gets a little too far back and falls out. Plenty of course ahead of her, so the boat will spin back around. All right, Iris back up on course. She's got about half the course left. One fall to go. Goes up on top. There's the board slide. Showing some good control on her skimboard. Does an alley-oop. Finishes the alley-oop. There's the 180 shove. Can she control it? Pump it back in. She's got it. Nails that shove, rides it through the buoy. She's got to be happy with that. Spins it front side and goes down. I think they're going to have to start her right there. All right. Ira's back up for the start of her second pass. There goes the buoy. There goes the rope. Time for her to get busy. There's the drifter, holding the drifter, grabbing the rail of the board. Nicely done on the drifter. There's the 180 shove, goes down. That drifter maneuver is a very stylish maneuver. I think the drifter was perfected by my buddy Sean Cummings, who always put a nice little style and a little flair into that drifter. Sean, well known for his commentating at many, many wake surf events, a true legend of the sport. Big shout out to Sean. Hope he's watching. All right, back up in the switch stance for her one last attempt, showing good control and switch. Approaching that final booty, nails the switch body varial. Very nicely done by Iris. There's a cool board slide into a 360 combination. Very stylish. Throws a little ollie at the end there. Coming to the final buoy. There's the big spin attempt. Doesn't quite get it shoved enough, but goes down. Give it up for Iris. Great pass. The next rider coming out of San Diego, California, Jenny Vandeveld. Jenny getting pulled up out of the water, waiting for that wave to form behind the Nautique G23. There goes the rope. There goes the buoy. It's time for her to get busy. Moving some water, hucking buckets. Does a little ollie off the lip. There's the 360. Very smooth and controlled 360. Does a little butter slide in the flats out of that. Backside 180. Holds it switch revert. Does the cab 540. Comes out. Jenny showing a lot of control in her run. Judges love to see that board spinning in both directions. Goes for the body varial. A little bit heavy on the toe side. Goes down. All right, Jenny, back up. Got a little bit left in her first pass. Goes down and does a backside 180. Now she gets up in her switch stance. The judges like to see those different stances as well. There's the body varial, switch body varial, nails it past the right at the buoy. Gives a big cheer for herself, arms in the air. Great job, Jenny. Great first pass. Driver's going to kick her out, turn the boat around, and get her set up for her second pass. All right, last call. Outlaw Male Surf. Guys, grab your stuff. Head to the starting dock. All right, Jenny Van de Velde back on course. Passing that buoy. Getting some ollies. Keeping busy. There's a frontside 180. Nice and controlled. Goes into a revert switch stance. Setting up for something. What's it going to be? There's the switch shove. She gets her feet on it. Can she control it from the back of the wave? Just a little off balance and goes back to the back. It's very difficult to pump that out and switch stance. She's still got some room. All right, Jenny back up for her final attempt. Looks like she's going to the opposite side of the wave in her regular stance. She gets a cab 1-8. Now she's in switch. Switch toe side, does an ollie in the flats. Showing the judges some variety in switch toe side. Does a switch toe side 360. She's got plenty of 360s now. Does the body variable, but goes down. That's it. That'll do it. Great run by Jenny Van de Velde. Give it up for her. All right, I also want to give a big shout out to a very good friend of mine, Amber Swedgen. And she is the one that is responsible for all the banners, the hats, the towels. She has done this hat with this logo. I don't know if you can see that. Beautiful logo, beautiful hat. She's done this banner behind me with all these logos. So thank you very much, Amber. We appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you very much. All right, next rider in the water. Coming to you out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, 21-year-old Amy Gillespie. Amy also rides in the surf style division. And she does both styles very well. All right, here goes Amy Gillespie getting pulled up out of the water. There goes the wave. There goes the rope. Passing that first buoy, time to get busy. There's a slash followed by an ollie in the flats. Does an ollie off the lip. 360, nice and controlled. Pumps back in from the back. There's the 180 shove. Does a little adjustment with her feet. In the revert position now, does a front side 180. Now in the switch stance. Cab 540, very controlled, very nice. Still in her revert stance. Shoves out, but just goes down on the shove. Boat's going to turn around. She has a little bit of room left. All right, Amy Gillespie getting pulled back up for the remainder of her first pass. She has one fall remaining. Spinning the board to her switch stance. There is the cab 180, holding it revert. Shoves out. Nice shove. Just nails the shove. There's another shove to a 360. Does not quite ride that out. That'll do it for her first pass. The boat will continue on. Jet ski will pick up the rider, bring her to the boat for the start of her second pass. Amy back on course, passing that buoy, goes with an air and a grab on the nose of the board. Staying busy, does a front side 180. Now in a switch revert stance. Showing control in that switch revert, tries the switch shove, goes down. Amy Gillespie getting pulled back up for her final attempt at pass 2. Spinning it back into switch. I believe the board is revert. That, I believe, was a body varial. Goes down on that trick. That'll do it for Amy Gillespie. Let's hear it for her great final run. Give it up for Amy Gillespie. The last rider in this outlaw female skim final heat, coming to you out of Russia, Kira Zavyalova. And now getting pulled out of the water, wearing that yellow jersey, signifying that she is the #1 rider in this heat, #1 ranked rider in this heat. In her goofy stance, passing show center here. Starts out with a 180 shove. Board is now revert. Does a front side 180, now in her switch stance, showing a lot of control. Judges want to see that's part of her execution score. There's the body varial, lands a little bit on the nose, dunks the nose, and goes over. It's okay, she has plenty of course left. The boat's going to spin around. She has just about half the course left. All right, there goes Kira back up. She's got about half the course left in her first pass. There goes the rope. There's the front side 180. She's in her switch revert stance now. Does a backside 180, blind 180, but goes down. That'll be her second fall. But we'll continue on. The jet ski will pick her up and bring her to the end of the course for the start of her second pass. All right. Kira getting pulled back up at the end of the course for the start of her second pass. She's in her goofy stance, wearing that yellow jersey, passing the buoy. Does that little ollie frontside 180. Now she's in her switch stance, showing some good control in her switch stance. There's the switch front, big spin, just a little bit on the toe side rail, goes down. She's got plenty of course left, one fall remaining. Let's see if she can nail that switch front big spin. Kira's back up. Switch it to a switch stance. There goes the rope. And there is a switch shove. Gets her foot back in the middle of the board. Very well done. Back in switch. Does the body varial. She's approaching that final buoy. She's got one more trick left. Oh, she just could not get it off before the buoy. She stands up through the, but great pass. Let's give it up for Kira. And that'll do it for the Outlaw Female Skim Finals Heat. Now goes into the hand of the judges. And in just a few hours, we will find out who is crowned the Outlaw Female Skim Champion. Next division in the water will be the Outlaw, with this impending weather coming in for tomorrow and Friday. We're going to try to push all the divisions through tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit better than Friday, so we don't want to leave it to chance. Again, we want to have the best riding conditions that the weather will allow. So please make sure you check your emails tonight. We'll plan on starting early. We'll be checking the weather tonight, but plan on being here bright and early tomorrow. Hopefully we will get all the divisions completed by the end of the day tomorrow. First rider in the water for the Outlaw Male Surf Division, Tairo Nakamura. He's coming to us out of Japan. Tairo used to be in the Masters Division. He has a world champion win under his belt in that division. He has since moved to the Outlaw Division. And at 60 years old, he is the oldest competitor in this division. I think that the other Masters rider are certainly glad that he chose to go up to that outlaw division. Gives us just a little more chance. All right. First call. Actually, let's make this the last call for the Outlaw Female Serve Division. Please head to the athlete area. Check in with the Smiley Dawn Hooks so she knows you are there. Outlaw Females Serve. Grab your gear. Rico, Jenny, Daria, Kionya, Amy, grab your gear. Judges taking a little bit of time, doing some debating over the previous division. Must mean that it was a pretty close division. They want to make sure they get it right. And here we go, starting your Outlaw Male Surf Division. Coming out of Japan, let's give it up for Tairo Nakamura. Gives a big wave to the crowd. There goes the rope. There goes the start buoy. He is getting busy. There's a nice big air, gets the tail out of the water. The judges love to see that. Another air with putting a little grab on the tail. There's the front side 180, 180 out of it. There's an ollie grab to a 360 combination. Staying busy. Approaching that end buoy. And he stand-up pass for Taijihiro. Rides through the buoy. Gives a little clap for himself. He's happy with his pass. Driver kicks him out. Turn around and pick him up for his second pass. All right, Tairo talking with the judges, trying to get his wave correct. Looked like he enjoyed that wave. Maybe he wants something a little steeper. Tairo looks like he's getting up with the board in revert position. That means with the fins forward, which is a little more difficult in the surf style. He spins 180 out, but just over-rotates a little bit, goes down. That's okay. That was right at the beginning of the course, so he's got a full pass in front of him. One fall left to go. All right, here comes Tairo. Got about a little more than half the course ahead of him. There goes the rope. It's a shifty air, getting the nose completely out of the water. Works to the back of the wave. Build speed forward. There's the air 180. Nicely executed. There's another shifty. Doing a good job of getting the whole board out of the water, off the lip. I believe that trick might have been started past the buoy, but nonetheless, great ride. Give it up for Tairo Nakamura. All right, next rider in the water coming to you out of Alberta, Canada, 16-year-old Alec Dutton. He's got quite a cheering squad out here. I'm sure he appreciates all the cheering that he can get. He crosses that buoy. Time to get busy, warming the board up, getting his legs warmed up. There's an air. Couple of slashes, setting up for something, building some speed. Doing some ollies. There's the 360, gets a little heavy on the nose and goes down. He's got almost half the course left. The boat's going to spin around and give him another go. Alec back up. He's got one more shot in his first pass. The wave is formed. There goes the rope. He's being scored as we speak. There's the 360. Oh, he does a backside 180. Must have had the board in revert. Now he's in his switch stance. Does a frontside 180. Takes it to a switch 3, but cannot quite get the switch 3 before the end buoy. He goes down. That's okay. He's got 2 more falls and his second pass ahead of him. All right, Alec back on course for his second pass. There's the 360. Nice controlled 360. Nice chop hop. Gets back a little bit. Oh, just gets in that whitewash. Goes down. The boat will spin around. He's got one more shot at it. All right, Alec back up. He does have that board in revert position again, holding it revert. Very difficult with those fins forward like that. He's doing a great job. Does the shove out. Oh, does a back flop. That's okay. Great job. Give it up for Alec. All right, hot off the press in my hand. Another final results for the 2025 CWSA World Championship Outlaw Female Skim Finals. In fourth place, coming out of Russia, Kira Zavyalova. And third place coming out of France, Iris Vola. Taking home the silver medal from the USA, Jenny Van de Velde, which means your champion coming out of Canada, 𝐏 Congratulations to everyone. All right, your third rider in the Outlaw Male Surf Division, Matia Urba. Matia, 38 years old, coming out of Ticino, Switzerland. Matia is our European champion this year. That gave him an automatic invite to the World Championship. All right, Matia in the water. Coming up in his goofy stance. A rope is away. Past the buoy. Does a nice air with a slash combination. Staying busy. The judges love to see that. Keeping busy, part of that intensity. Does a bottom turn with a ollie back into the wave. There goes the nice controlled 360s, about halfway down the course now. Gets an ollie with a board grab. Does a flamingo step on top with the chop hop to follow. There's a 360. I'm not quite sure it popped enough for the alley-oop. We'll call it a special 360. There's the drop and paddle. He's in the back of the wave. It looks like he's got plenty of room to get it back. Can he get back up on his board? Onto his knees. Onto his feet. And he completes the trick. I believe he also completed it before the end buoy. So he's happy about that. Great pass. Stand-up pass for Matia Urba. We love to see that because that shortens the time of this contest. Speeds things up. All right, Matia back on course. He is in switch stance. He's a goofy rider, so with his left foot forward, puts him in switch. He passes the buoy, does an ollie in the flats, does a small ollie off the lip. We'll call it a smallie. Showing some good control and switch. Coming for the switch. There's the 180. Completes the 180, but cannot quite hold on. It's a little off balance. It looks to me maybe he was able to control that first frontside 180 and hold it long enough and revert. Possibly the judges will give him a portion of that trick. All right, Matia getting back up. He's got half of the course remaining. One fall left. Gets back up in his switch stance. There goes the rope. Gonna try that switch 360. Goes down on the switch 360. That'll do it for Matia. Let's give it up. Give him a great big hand. All right, your final rider, 16-year-old, coming out of East Wenatchee, Washington. Give it up for Pacin Stimmel. The rope is gone. There's a big air from Pacin. Gets the tail of the board all the way out of the water. Gives him a lip slide to a 360 combination. Nice and controlled in that 360. There's the air 180. Spins it back out. Goes back to the wave. Builds a speed. There's a big shifty air with the truck driver grab the board completely out of the water. The alley-oop. Nice and controlled. Just gets a little heavy on the nose and goes down. I think he might have had trouble on that trick the first pass last time, too. Boat's going to spin around. I have no doubt that he will nail that trick before the end of the first buoy, end of his first pass. All right, Pacin pops back up in his goofy stance. He is wearing that yellow jersey, which signifies he is the #1 ranked rider in this heat. There's a big ollie in the flash just to show the judges I can do basic tricks, but I can do them real big. Big air 180 lands on top, holds it for a few Mississippis. There's the 3-shot, had his feet on the 3-shot, goes down face first into the top of the wave. But great first pass for Pacin Stimmel. I was just instructed to please inform everybody that after the last rider in the division, we are going to attempt to hold the award ceremony 30 minutes after the last rider. That is a bold, bold try, but we're going to do our best. Pacin gets back up. He's got a little course there. He crosses the buoy for his second pass. He's in his switch stance. Wants to show the judges he can show some control in switch. Does an ollie, does a air off the lip. There is a frontside 180, holds it revert, spins it out. Nice control on that 180-180 combination in his switch stance. There's the body varial. Oh, almost gets the body varial. Goes down a little bit, comes a little bit steep off the face. He's got better than half of the course left and one more fall. All right, Pacin back up for his final attempt and his second pass. Sporting that yellow jersey. Gets to the back, builds speed, huge shifty air, gets the board completely out of the water. There's the alley-oop he was wanting. Very controlled on the alley-oop. He's got that 3 shove in his bag. Can he land it? Goes for the shove, and the shove combo just goes down at the buoy. Let's give it up for Pacin Stimmel. Great riding. All right, that wraps up our Outlaw Male Surf Division. Great riding from everyone. Congratulations, gentlemen. It's in the hands of the judges now. And we go on to our final division of the day, which is the Outlaw Female Surf Division. Starting with Rico, Jenny, Daria, Kyonya, and Amy. First rider in the water for this outlaw female surf division will be Rico Namiyama, coming to you from Minato City, Tokyo, Japan. Rico was the winner of the LCQ. That pushes her to the first rider in this final heat. All right, Rico coming out of the water. The wave is formed, the rope is away, and she's past the buoy, working the board, doing some ollies. Going to the top, chop hop off the top, big slash. Gets to the back of the wave, gets an ollie off the lip. Setting up for the body varial, just lands a little on the nose, goes down. Plenty of course left. The boat will spin around. She's got one more fall remaining. All right, Rico back on course for the remainder of her first pass. There's an Air 180 goes down. That'll do it for her first pass. Jet ski's going to pick her up, bring her to the end of the course for the start of her second pass. Go back on course. Passing that buoy, getting busy. Doing some nice slash, good carve. There's the lip slide. Approaching about the halfway point. She's got one fall left. There's the Air 180. Doesn't quite complete the rotation. The boat will spin around. She had two falls. She's got one left now. Rico getting pulled up for her final attempt and her last pass. There goes the rope. Make a good couple slashes. Oh, just passes the buoy. Let's give it up for Rico Namiyama out of Tokyo, Japan. All right, next rider in the water coming to you from San Diego, California. You've also heard her name a lot today. Jenny Van de Velde. All right, Jenny's getting pulled out of the water. There goes the wave behind that Nautique G23. Rope is in the boat. There goes the first buoy. Looks like she got the board in the revert position. She spins it backside 180 to switch. Now in her switch stance, showing the judges some variety and difficulty. Small ollie. Getting to the back of the wave. There's the body burial. And she goes down on the body burial. Still has some course remaining. And one fall left. Jenny getting pulled up for the remainder of her first pass. There goes the rope. It's a good board slide on top of the wave. There's the 360, gets caught back just a little bit, and the back of the wave cannot pump it back in. The boat will continue on. Jet ski is going to pull up beside her, pick her up, and take her to the end of the course to start her second pass. Please remember to check your email tonight for the plan for tomorrow. We do expect some foul weather to come in on Friday, so we want to try to get this competition complete, all complete tomorrow. And the plan is to start bright and early and run throughout the day. But we're hoping that the winds and the rain will hold off, but we'll do our best to get this competition done, and hopefully it'll be in some favorable conditions. Jenny getting pulled back up for her second pass. Looks like she spins the board to switch stance. Wants to show the judge a little variety. At a small ollie. Judges would like to see some good control and switch. Setting up, looks like the body varial does not quite get her feet around on the body varial, goes down. She does have plenty of course left. While the boat turns around and get her, I've got in my hand another set of finals, the 2025 CWSA World Championship final results for the Outlaw Male Surf Division. In fourth place from Canada, Alec Dutton. Third place from Japan, Tairo Nakamura. And taking home the silver medal from Switzerland, Matia Urba, which means your 2025 world champion from the USA, Pacin Stimmel. Congratulations, gentlemen. All right, Jenny back up for the remainder of her second pass. One more attempt. Staying busy, hucking some buckets. There goes an ollie. She comes to show center, a chop hop. There's an ollie with a nose touch. Little CZ board slide. Goes for the 360, just goes down at the booty. That'll do it. Let's give it up for Jenny Van de Velde. Next rider in the water coming to you from Russia's Daria Kubishkina. Daria getting pulled out of the water in her goofy stance. Crossing the buoy, time to get busy. There's a small ollie off the lip. Follows it with a slash. The lip slide. It's a front side surface 180. 180 out of it. There's a nice controlled 360. There's an ollie. Tries another 360, gets to the back of the wave. Can she pump it in? Yes, she can. There's a front side surface 180 with the switch shove and goes down on the switch shove. Right. Daria back up. Goes down right away. All right, Daria back up. She's spinning to her switch stance. Crosses the buoy. Wants to show the judge that she has some variety and difficulty in her run. Gets to the back of the wave. Gets a small ollie off the lip. Loading up. Looks like she's going to spin at 180. Then just falls on trying to come through on that 360. Gets a little bit on the heel side rail. The boat's going to spin around. She's got about half the course left. One more fall. Daria back up for her final attempt and her second pass. Ollie in the flats. So an Ollie tries the board touch. Approaching that end buoy, she's got one trick left. There's the front side 180 to the switch shove. Goes down at the buoy. Let's give it up for Daria. All right, the rider that we all have been waiting to see, not only is it because it's Amy Gillespie, but also because she is the final rider of the day. I'm sorry, no, we're on Kyong Lee. So we have two more riders. Kyong Lee coming out of South Korea. All right, the second to the last rider, Kyong Lee, gets pulled up out of the water. She is in her goofy stance. There goes the rope. Passes the first buoy. Time to get busy. She starts with an ollie. Goes right into a slash. Judges love to see that, keeping busy. There's a nice bottom turn out into the whitewash. Lip slide to board slide combination right into a 360, kind of a triple combination there. Judges like to see that part of your difficulty score. There's an ollie. I believe she did a double grab. Goes to the back of the wave, loads up for the Air 180, spins it out. Nice control on that Air 180. Sets up. There's the alley-oop. Good control on the alley-oop as well. Judges want to see that board traveling in both directions. Looks like maybe she was going for some type of reverse. Falls out the side, to the other side of the wave. And I believe that will do it for her first pass. Got some pretty good tricks on her first pass. Kyung back in the water, switches to switch stance, passes that buoy. It's a nice ollie. Gets the board tweaked on that. There's the front side 180, turns it into a 360, but just gets a little off balance, stuck in the face of the wave, and goes out the back. That's okay. She's got plenty of course left. Kyung getting pulled back up. Looks like she's going to the opposite side. So she's in her goofy stance on the port side. Gets a chop pop, showing the judges some variety. Adds a little difficulty. It's that heel side air, tweaks the board back a little bit. Gets some style and flair in those airs. There's the alley-oop attempt, goes down on the alley attempt. That'll do it. Let's give it up for Kyung Lee. And now the moment we have all been waiting for, our last rider of the day. And the #1 ranked in this division is 𝐵𝐸. And here she is getting pulled out of the water from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Let's give it up for 𝐵𝐸, our last rider of the day. She passes the buoy, gets some slashes in there, staying busy with her board. Ollie in the flats. There's an ollie off the lip. There's a chop pop. Follows it up with a nice slash. Hucking buckets. Very controlled 360. It's part of her execution score. Throws a grab on that ollie, asking for an adjustment to the wave. A snap up on top of the wave, staying busy. There's the blind body varial. Not quite get her feet on that board. Some course left, so the boat will spin around and give her one more attempt on her first pass. Amy Gillespie back up. She is in her switch stance, goes for a switch 360 and falls right before the end buoy. That'll do it for her first pass. She's got a full pass remaining and 2 falls. All right, Amy Gillespie getting pulled back up for her final attempt on her second pass. Passes the buoy. She's wearing that yellow jersey, which means she is a #1 ranked competitor in this division. There is the switch 360, nice and controlled. Or for the switch frontside 180 to the shove out. Just could not quite get her feet set on the middle of the board. Goes down for that. Plenty of room. And one more fall. The boat's going to turn back around. Amy's got her cheering squad here down at Show Center. She's going to hear a lot of noise as she comes past the crowd. Back up on her switch stance. I have a feeling she's going to try that switch 180 to shove. There's the 360. Nice control 360. There's the 180 to the shove. Nails the shove. Give it up for Amy Gillespie trying the air. There is another 360. Gives a big fist pump. Great job. Give it up for Amy Gillespie from Canada. Well, that'll do it for our Outlaw Female Surf Final Heat. It is in the hands of the judges now. Please stick around for the awards ceremony. We'll find out who's going to be crowned the world champion in these divisions. How about this? You guys have a fun time these last 2 days? A ton of riding. We're all tired. I was wanting to jump in that water about 2 or 3 times a day up there. It's pretty hot. Glad y'all made it. I'm glad y'all survived. A lot of you came from distances all over the world. We appreciate you coming. I do have to say that I know we talked about this at the writers meeting, but I want to echo what Corinne said, and that was, you guys are the best athletes in the world in the wake surf community. You should be proud of yourselves. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that we share this time together. Hopefully you'll stay around for a couple days. I know it's supposed to get a little wet and windy. Can you believe that a hurricane is affecting this in Phoenix, Arizona? So it's very rare, and I apologize for that, but at least you guys got some of the best conditions I've ever seen in a World Championship. I've been to a lot of them. By far the best conditions that I've ever seen or witnessed. Okay, I want to start with introducing everyone to this CWSA organization, and we have some of the directors here. First of all, we have the president here, John Shields. And I want to tell you, John is very humble, but this guy single-handedly saved this sport during COVID. He was the one that was responsible for our plan to make it through COVID, and it worked. I had my doubts at first, I have to tell you, I had my doubts, but we stuck with it. Big round of applause for this guy right here. So can I have all the other CWSA directors, both CWSA Japan, is KG here? Corinne, please, Han, please come on up. I want the faces to the names. Corinne is our head judge. She's also a CWSA director, board of directors. Maria, please. CWSA Russia. Han. Sveta, come on. CWSA Russia. Is KG here? He's somewhere? KG is here. I think all you know what KG looks like anyways. He's been around a long time, so thank you. Please, a big round of applause. Worked tirelessly. A lot of long days. Thank you guys so much. All right, get on out of here. We got to get this started. Okay, I got my script here. I know I've been butchering your guys' names for the last 2 days. I apologize, but there's no way that I'm going to take any type of language lessons before this happens. So we're going to get started, and we'll start with, is everybody, we're ready with all the medals and all the prizes? Good. Ton of prizes up here. Medals are beautiful. I can't wait for you to see them. We'll start with the Masters Female Skim. And in third place from Germany, Victoria Verbitska. In second place from Canada, Isabelle Biasson. And your 2025 CWSA Masters Female Skim World Champion, Nina �K𝐨𝐳𝐵 from Russia.
Wow.
We're going to want to get a couple pictures, so please hang out just for a little bit. Alex, you tell me when you're ready. Great job, ladies. I got a little wax track and some medals. Thank you, ladies.
Okay, everybody, look this way. Sorry.
Yep, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. 3, 2, and 1. Got it. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Masters male skim. In third place from Japan, Takayasu Aihara. From Turkey, Sergey Fedorov. And your 2025 CWSA World Champion in the Masters male skim division from France, Julien Gaspard.
All right, Julian. All right, you guys, good job.
No excuse. Congratulations. Allô la baguette, dans la bouche, hein? On va dire. Hey, here we go.
Great riding from that Masters male skim division. I'll tell you what, that division is getting very tough. All right, Masters female surf. In third place from Japan, Aiko Akatsu. In second place, taking home the silver from Russia, Svetlana Belova. And your 2025 world champion in the Masters female surf division, coming from Korea, Minji Kim.
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Got it. Perfect.
Thank you, ladies. Great job.
Careful. But better get hurt afterwards. You don't want to do that before Worlds.
All right, on to the Masters male surf division. In third place, coming out of Japan, Takayasu Aihara. This guy's got two, getting pretty heavy over here. Heavy? A lot of weight there, yeah. Where were we? Number 2, out of the USA, Kyle Woodard. I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to quit the sport after the way these two guys ride. And your world champion in the Masters male surf division, come on down from Japan, Tadahashi Kanazashi. Tadahisa, you need to go to pro, pal. You need to go pro, professional. Yes. Yeah.
He doesn't seem convinced. Congrats. Woo!
Thank you.
Great job. Getting ready, huh?
Yeah, I'll take your picture and take mine.
All right, well, I'm not going up there, but
All
I'll
right,
take
amateur
it.
female
I'll
skim in
take your
third place coming from Canada, Morgan Eberhard. Taking home the silver coming from Switzerland, Adina Vetch. And your 2025 world champion in the amateur female skim division from Germany. Come on, Sierra Eisel. Great job, ladies. Amateur male skim in third place coming from Germany, Gabriel Zakarian.
I like it.
In second place, coming from Canada, Andre Dangloff. And that means your world champion in the amateur male skim coming from Russia, Timofey Vikro. Great job, gentlemen. Great job. Great job.
All right, congratulations. Woo!
Amateur female surf.
Congratulations.
And third place from the USA, Heather Haney. Taking home the silver cover come from Canada, Carly Reitenbach. And your 2025 CWSA World Champion in the amateur female surf division, coming all the way from Chinese Taipei, Coen Sun. Hope those are gluten-free. Great job, ladies. All right, an amateur male surf. In third place, coming from Canada, Bennett Bateman. In second place from Canada, come on back, Andre Gonzalez. And your 2025 CWSA World Champion in the amateur male surf division from Russia, come on back, Timofey Vikro.
Congratulations, guys.
Timofey taking home some hardware.
I got it.
outlaw female skim. In third place, coming out of France, 𝐼RIS Vola.
I know.
In second place, coming out of the USA, Jenny Vanderbilt. And taking home the gold medal, your world champion in the outlaw female skim division from Canada, 𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐵.
Shut up. High five. High five. Congrats, girl. Thank you. I'll drop it.
Great job, ladies, and welcome to the pros. Okay, outlaw male skim. We only had one rider in the outlaw male skim. I want you all to start a chant with me.
Oh no.
Cody.
Cody, 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 Cody.
Cody Travis from the USA.
Someone wanted to show up they're afraid of you.
Hey, Cody. Welcome to the pros, buddy.
Yeah. You'll probably go to the Masters and beat everybody in the
All right, outlaw female surf division. In third place, coming from Russia, Daria. I can't say the last name, but come on down, Daria.
Daria Kubishkina.
Kubishkina. I've been butchering that for the last 2 days, sorry. All right, number 2. Taking home the silver, coming from South Korea, Kyong Lee. And your 2025 world champion, coming out of Canada, come on back, 𝐵𝐿𝐵. We've got a rainbow to christen this event. All right, guys, thank you for coming. We'll see you all later. No, I'm just teasing. Hang on. We got one more division left. Really? Yes, the outlaw male surf division. In third place from Japan, Tairo Nakamura. In second place, coming from Switzerland, Matia Urba. And your 2025 CWSA World Champion in the Outlaw Male Surf Division from the US of A, Pacin Stimmel.
Good job, man.
Great job, guys. Thank you to everybody. I want to leave you with this. Just like we started this event with Corinne, we want to make it a fun sandwich. We wanted you to have fun now. We hope you had fun. Stay with us. We got one more day of surfing. We'd love to see you hang out and have fun that day as well. Thank you, everybody.
We have the schedule yet for tomorrow or no?
Well, they were working on that.
All right. Got it. Hey, I'd like. Oh.
Hey, guys. One more thing. Make sure you check your emails. We're going to come up with a plan for tomorrow. It's going to be early. So if anybody is here that's riding tomorrow, please check your emails.
Mike. Rainbow. Make sure.
Oh, yeah.
Look at. You got it? He says that. Cheers.
Thank you.
Good job. Hey, Mike. You see that center logo? If you want to get a copy of that file so that we can make a sweatshirt or a t-shirt or something. Yeah.
Yeah, John's going to have it.
So hit up John?
Yeah, John's definitely
Okay.
going to have it. We can get you that.
Sounds good. Okay.
Are you guys alright?
Only if you want to. Okay. If you want to talk about it. Yeah, then please. I'm gonna
Just you get gas.
Make sure you guys bring it tomorrow. In case I forget.
ACO is my daughter's up there, but my other daughter's taking pictures. You have competition today.
I did what I did today. Just what I wanted to do. Anytime we have a
Please come up and see where you
How'd the interview go?
My daughter.
How'd the interview go?
No, I don't think so. I'm not together yet. I drive the boat for my daughter.
He still gets delivered every day. There's on a daily star. I kind of want to not tell him and just let him call us and be like, I just opened the paper.
Oh my God, that'll be incredible.
And she asked for pictures, so like an article with pictures and stuff.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome.